We've crossed paths more than once. I've whispered in your ear, shown you harmless little temptations. I am unknowable, yet you know me intimately. But you can always know me better. Collected here are 20 twisted tales that will thrill, chill, incite, and delight you from some of the most imaginative minds your species has to offer. This exclusive Indiegogo printing of The Devil You Know Better will be limited and numbered, with signatures from Mike Barron and Hart D. Fisher. Stretch goals achieved for this campaign will add interior chapter illustrations by Stefano Cardacelli. The Devil You Know Better. Back it on Indiegogo today, while you still can.
Yo, it's welcome to CRoM Con, and I am not Pops Van Sant. I am so sorry to disappoint all of you, but Pops is out having a good time, or has had a good time. He is on the road and on the way back from Savannah, Georgia, where there was a convention. They're popping up all over the place lately, and people are going to them, and I am so jealous because I love conventions, and I haven't been to nearly enough in a long time. I did get to go to Northwest Arkansas Convention just a couple of months back, but that's just like that's like going to Red Lobster and just getting a cheddar biscuit and walking out. You know, I want the whole meal. I want to partake in a lot more than just the appetizers. So this is a weird show. This is going to be open. This completely open. If anybody wants to pop in on this and talk about their book, you are all welcome to. I have shared the link with lots of people, and you know what? They're you all are busy doing stuff because you're going to conventions this weekend. But we got some takers. You know, we had some big fish bite at my little hook. And hey, George. Greetings to you, sir. You've been busy on live streams lately, drawing some original artwork for people. I've been watching.
Yeah, I got the books. I got oversized books from the printer. Now I'm two illustrations per book, front inside, front and back.
Yeah, and the as I understand it, the back side you've actually had bound in
an actual artboard.
Yeah, the blue board stuff, blue line or whatever it is called.
No. I created my own custom. Created my own custom blue line.
Oh,
and hold on a sec. I'm going to turn on the light. I didn't think about talking. I was going to talk about Denali's Immortal Mask, but hey.
Well, we should do that too. But
all right, so let me. This wasn't set up for to talk about it, so I gotta.
I'm sorry, I surprised you.
Yeah, you did. All right. Do some dad jokes while I do the song and dance.
Dad jokes. Yeah, I don't know. Don't
know any dad jokes. Okay.
Well, I was going to I was looking for a second job, and they had an opening at Eagle Laundry, and I had to turn them down because I told them I didn't have any experience washing eagles.
Yes. I do the same thing. Okay, see, I have to set this up right because I have to put some paper down. I don't want the books to be damaged.
I like how you've turned your keyboard into like a tool, other than just something to type on.
Yeah, there's the oversized book. Okay,
That's
just so
big.
just so I understand in context, this is Star Circuit, standard size comic book.
Oh, that's a big boy.
All right, so I'm going to put my finger right there, and then I'm going to do this, and a smidgen. That's how big the book is. Both books, book 1 and book 2. This is book 2. This is book 2, and on Lorenzo's, I did an impromptu drawing of the first book.
That is gorgeous, though.
Of the first book for the first backer.
That's George with what is that? A llama?
Yeah, that's
an alpaca.
An alpaca with a stogie. and Joe telling him, we could be big, I tell you. and on the back.
Yeah, this is the flip side.
And the flip side, it's not finished. I promised Lorenzo I would finish this on his stream next Thursday.
Okay.
This is as far as I've gotten. And yes,
that's one that's on thick board. Yeah.
Yeah, that's on our board.
This is a very unique offering.
This is highly customized. There's 3 different paper stocks in this project: the covers, the inside art sheet, and the artboard. The covers, the inside art sheet, the artboard, and the inside pages. Oh, sorry, 4.
Yeah, 4 different types. You realize that every printer in the world has your phone number programmed into their system now under "Do Not Answer."
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Absolutely. That's what it. It's and it's 120 pages. Oversized, 120 pages.
That's gonna be, and I can say, wow, holy shit, those colors are popping out.
Yeah, no, this is like, I mean, I did. There's technical work, working with a printer. There's just because the artwork's drawn and all that stuff. No. I actually worked with a printer on technical issues. I figured, I asked about the machine, what the capabilities of the machine is, what the file types, what formats, what color spectrum of the actual file, what's the best way to deliver the file. I mean, it's not just, it's just send a PDF and let the printer handle it. No. That's not even close. Not even close.
Those things are glossier than my hardcover copy.
We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. That's a different printer. I'm working with
and a different book.
A different printer, different book, and I'm working on. How. Wait.
Now, are those glossy pages? They are glossy pages.
No, they're not glossy.
I can see the light glare off of them.
This is matte. Really? I know that's what's awesome about this. I didn't do gloss. This is actually matte, and it looks spectacular.
It does. Yeah. Hey, Whitefire, good to see you out there in chat, man.
These are matte. This is matte inside, and that's what's amazing about it. So I'm setting myself up because here's the technical issue. The reason why for the delay is because technical issues, paper costs, and all that stuff. Had to redo the whole production and go back to square one, do new print masters because it's different paper. I got lots of paper sent to me individually. I feel the paper, all this stuff, but it doesn't tell me what it feels like when it's all bound together. So I had to get new print masters done, and then when the final print, excuse me, when the print masters are finally done and figured out, what the new paper, which is very close to the old paper, except because it's all again highly customized, we had to jump on the paper at that moment and grab it, get it into the printer, and then get the printer rolling on it. Okay, that's what the paper shortage actually affected. The custom printing, custom print paper, not the normal paper that everybody runs with. That stuff, there's no delay in there at all. That's just lazy excuse. I'm telling you this as firsthand knowledge.
This is a difference between 1-ply and 2-ply, folks.
Yeah. So the original production schedule was that I actually would draw all the artwork on an uncut sheet of the artboard and the art sheet. I would do all the artwork ahead of time, and the printer would take the artwork and bind it and trim it. But since the rejig production method is that I'm drawing the artwork in the book, I have to be very, very gingerly when I'm actually drawing the book. I can't crease the spine, and I can't just push it off to the side. I have to let the paper naturally just fall over so I can draw. And drawing portrait is very difficult because I have this barrier right here.
Yep. Yes, so you get that spine there in the way, and
yeah.
Fortunately, the cover's big enough that it kind of stays back under its own weight.
Yes, and so what I'm doing is I'm drawing. Wait, let me just put there we go. Very natural. It won't damage the spine. So I'm drawing widescreen. So I'm making wide illustrations, and just so everybody know, who the hell's George? All that stuff. Well, I've been publishing for 32 years now, since 1990.
Yeah.
And you know what? Give me a sec. I'll just pull up a smaller book. The credits page is basically the same thing. This is the hardcover collected edition of book 1 and 2. I'm
familiar with it, and I thought it was big when I saw it, and it's still a dwarf in comparison to this.
Yeah, it'll take two of these books side by side.
Oh my!
Just like
holy crap! I'm picturing it now.
So there's book 2 that I just flipped, and there's book 1. But here I'll go into the credits. There you go. What you're seeing here are the covers of all the books that I published up to this one here.
That's a ton of stuff. Hey, Whitefire, DM me on Twitter at Critical Blast. I'll get you the link here. You can jump in.
Yeah, there you go. So there's what is it? What number is 22? This is considered book 22. This is book 21, and Joe King book 1 is this is considered 21, and Joe King book 1 is 20. So there's a history of all the books I've published so far since 1990.
Now this is just the history of the stuff that you've self-published. Because you've done, anybody who grew up, first of all, seeing a Disney movie, and then second of all, seeing, Nelvana put out the Disney movie. Then you've seen some of George's work, because you had some work that you did with them. I don't know if you were animator or
no. Well, actually, I did animation at Nelvana, but I also I worked on all their style guides, and that was in the
which is sort of like a writer's Bible, but for picture drawing.
It's for when someone gets a licensing deal, and they want to make toys, games, whatever. They get a nice thick book, and that book tells them what is in there, what they want to do. And you know what, since we're at it, instead of talking about it, I can show you a video clip off of my website, which actually shows. I'll show a screen too. Give me a sec. When people see this, they're going to go, "What?" Yeah. Here we go. Style guides. I'll kill the audio just in case. Share screen. Tab. Style guides. All right. ready to share. Ready?
All right, I am ready.
All right. So what you're seeing is the different style guides that are worked on. Not all of them. Just Card Captors, 58 pages. Little Bear, 89. Megan the Ferocious Beast. Card Captors, second book, 140 pages. Metabots. Franklin the Turtle, 164.
Now, I actually know some of these titles, like Franklin the Turtle and the Card Captors.
Yeah, these are all the. You know what? Hold it, and I'll show you what Beyblade looks like. The Beyblade work that I did.
Oh yes.
You're gonna love this.
Yeah, my son was big into those for a while. I think he still plays it some, but not so much anymore.
Okay, here. These are the different logos before I nailed this one, and then you'll see the pencil, the pencil work, the rough, more refined, more better, and then final. There you go.
Yeah, man, I love it. Somebody's asked me what's Beyblade. I'm like, it's Japanese battling tops.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. Japanese battling tops. Oh, well, actually, you know what? You're actually here. You're gonna love this. This is one of the many things regarding licensing. It will show you an example of what licensing looks like. This is stuff that's already in the market, and I had a hand in a lot of this because of the style guide. The Card Captor style guide was directly responsible for what the licensees put together because they had the tools to make what they wanted to make.
See, people, this is why everything that I do with Critical Blast Logistics goes through George first.
Oh no. I just do the coffee. Here we go. So I created the logo. So there's the style guide, and there's an example of all the elements that make up the. Yeah, you can't read the data, but it's not the data that's important. It's you see the stuff that's on in front of the girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all licensing. This is old, by the way. This is very old. Yeah.
It's almost like it's more work to animate the thing for a presentation than it is to do the actual licensing item visual.
Yeah. Well, not really.
No, really?
No,
hey, White Fire, I dropped you a link.
That's just flat stuff moving around.
Oh, well, it's like I said, my flat stuff moving around moves flatly. You've seen my videos. I send them to you, and then you turn them into real stuff.
All right, just for giggles, again, haven't planned this out because I'm still setting up the whole studio to plan to get a book, put on the table, draw. I'm gonna do a live stream, a bunch of things like this to show everybody what's going on, show the backers, the illustrations. Unless I get a custom request from a backer, I'm gonna create a composition right out of scratch. And by the way, from pen. All this is pen. That's it. Pen. The two illustrations you saw before, that was pen. It's like there is no safety net with pencils and stuff like that. I've been drawing with pen for 30 years.
That alpaca was amazing. I thought that was like he's still got to ink that, but that is ink.
Yeah, no, that was ink. Yeah, that was pen. Okay, just checking to see the pen works. Yeah, it runs. So
now Do you only draw your own original creations when you do sketches
Yeah,
like this?
I don't draw. I draw Spider-Man or something like that, but I don't make money off of other people's IP. Period.
Oh yeah, I get that.
I've drawn, Superman, I've drawn Spider-Man, stuff like that, but that's only for gag.
Yeah, I think we've just seen your Joe King artwork, and just your Joe King artwork for going on 3 years now.
Yeah, since 2019. January 2019. Yeah, people, oh, Joe King. Oh, you just made this? No, actually, he premiered in the 1998 issue of my comic series.
That's right, the Black Diamond Effect series.
Yeah, that's the name of my entire comic series, the Black Diamond Effect. Joe King just happens to be issue 20. A big meaty book. Okay, so I'm going to create a composition from scratch, but I'm going to create the composition based on what you or the chat says. So
okay, well, we need more chat then.
It's a hey Glenn, hi Whitefire.
Hey Glenn. So George's composition is going to be based on your input.
Yeah, based on everybody's input. I'm gonna create it from scratch, so you know that this is legit. It's not like I had this pre-planned, and there's light sheets of.
Okay, well, explain to us what you mean by composition.
Well, what's the setting?
Okay, so it's going to be Joe King, and we're going to put a setting.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the alpaca one is Joe King as a manager telling the alpaca, "You could be big. You could be big. I'll make you huge." And the alpaca's just they're smoking a cigar. She's stogie.
Oh, well, Glenn, you don't have to tell him what to draw. This is more like a whose line is it anyway kind of thing. This is.
I would never tell a fellow artist what to draw. I would all the time.
Yes.
Hey, can you draw a quiet scene? Okay, you're drawing clenched fist and squeezed buttocks, but can you draw a quiet scene of someone having a sip of coffee at a table, looking outside the window where when it's rainy? Can you do that scene? Can you tell me that you can do a quiet scene? If you can sell me on a quiet scene, and you can sell me on anything.
I'm writing a children's book. Believe me, I am telling the artist what to draw on every single page. Hey, Doran, how's it going?
Hello. Hey, am I on here already? Wow, that didn't take too long.
Yes, you are. No need to keep you in the back room waiting. It's not like we have coffee and donuts back there.
Can't hide or anything? What?
Yeah.
There's no free donuts in the back?
There's no hospitality in the green room.
Oh, I'm out of here. How y'all doing?
All right.
We're just thinking of what to tell George to draw. It's going to be Joe King doing something. So I'm thinking of something crazy but doable. It's
doable.
I mean, I have, first of all, when I look at Joe King, obviously I see, hey, it's a riff on Superman. The red cape, the blue fuzzy guy.
Actually, Joe King's a riff on the classic Coyote Roadrunner.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. Everybody says, "Oh no, it's Grover." No. See, the whole gag is the majority of the time, Joe has very little dialogue. And the simplicity and the beauty of the Coyote and the Roadrunner is, they're completely naked. I mean, they're just naked. They're just the characters. Right? They're just the characters. And there's
no dialogue of.
There's no dialogue. Exactly. No, you got it. That guy right there,
George.
There. He got it right there. Wait, right there. That guy right there, right below me. He got it. That there's no dialogue. It's all action. You know what that means? That means the concept will live forever in whatever language, whatever culture, because they're not translating it.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. And
George,
what I want to do is create the simplest character possible. Absolutely simple. It's a rock dead simple. You look at it, you get it, and it's a blue character with a red cape. Why red cape? Because everybody's got a red cape. Thor's got a red cape. Superman's got a red cape. Practically every character that you look at that flies around or runs around, has a red cape. Why? Because red's a primary color. Blue is a primary color. That's it. I was going to make him green, right? And you know what? I was going like green and red, kind of. They're really hard against each other.
A little Christmassy.
Way too Christmassy. But red and blue,
and they are complementary colors. I mean, like purple and yellow.
Yeah, they should push. Green should push the red, right?
Exactly. So what I ended up doing was I went with the blue and the red, and I also flipped it around. I also have Red Joe King with the blue cape.
Yeah,
in the story. Yeah, his brother. And you know, it's the simplicity of the concept and the actions that the concept takes that make it, you know, that much more what do you call acceptable in the common consciousness. You don't have to do a big pitch to and tell a big story to convince somebody what your concept is. It's very simple. It's a furry blue alien with a red cape from another planet.
Glenn says that you're his twin. His character Hatch never says a word in his comics.
George, that guy right there. That guy there in the chat, right there in the chat. Yes,
that one
he gets it.
Wait, that one over there.
Yeah, that guy right there in the chat, Glenn. He gets it.
Do you remember? It's almost an oxymoron to say that classic Looney Tunes cartoon because they all are. But the one where Daffy Duck is the illustration for how cartoons are made.
Yes.
And the animator keeps putting him through these crazy things. And he says, "I'm going to kill him," and it's Bugs Bunny at the end of it. So here's your challenge. I'm bouncing off of what Glenn said. He said, draw an artist rendering a drawing on a page in his own book. So my challenge is draw Joe King drawing George Peter Gatsis.
You got him thinking.
Yeah,
I got him thinking.
Is that a Papermate pen? Get
yes.
out of here.
Yeah, Papermate. By the way, I got a lot of these. In fact,
That's the real reason why Joe King is blue. He couldn't find.
I got a lot of them.
Wow.
I got a lot of them.
You must own stock in Papermate.
You hit the Dollar Tree.
Oh.
But when I went looking for a blue pen, I only found these two.
Okay.
Oh.
So I ordered more from Amazon.
I was gonna say that means, of course, that when your blue pen runs out of ink, you have to look for the exact same brand of blue pen to finish the drawing.
The Papermate 1.0 medium.
Yeah.
Boom. All right. So Joe King drawing George. Okay. So first of all, we're going to start off with the composition. This would be the table. And this would be Joe's head. Whoa, let's move this aside. See, that's what I don't like about this whole thing is that's slowing me down right there.
Yeah, I get that.
All right, that's Joe's head. Now I'm gonna draw the dynamics of the line work, meaning that how does the art flow?
Glenn sent us a picture of Hatch wearing guess what? Red cape.
Red cape. There you go.
Very nicely done.
All right, so I'm going to draw now the break down the center of the face. Now I'm going to draw the dynamic flow of the character. So it's going to be like this.
You actually keep a tissue under your hand the whole time to not smear the ink.
Well, it's a smear, a sweat, you name it, right?
Yeah.
I have a piece of hide that I got from the store that I do that for too, because I'm left-handed and I smear all over the place when I use pencils.
Yeah, exactly. So
I've just never seen it done before.
So there's even a little pad you can buy from, I forget what the company, but a primary company that goes underneath your hand.
And some people have actual,
it works amazing.
Custom gloves, custom fabric gloves.
Oh yeah.
I think Ethan has something like that where he wears something like that.
Yeah, I don't think I have mine here. But yeah.
Okay, so if you can't see it, well, actually, let me see if I can. Will this be better? No. All right. Well, but so I did the circle here. I did a line that flows the action, and here's where the table is. All right. So now
Okay.
I'm gonna put in the shoulder. I'm gonna put in the elbow. And
this is
I'm
all done with ink, people.
I'm putting in the wrist. And now I'm going to put in Joe's hand the instruments. And the instrument will be a quill pen. So
awesome.
if it flows like that.
Because the quill pen is just eye attracting. See you, Glenn. Thanks for popping in. Have a good night.
It's more interesting. All right, so add a little more detail there. Put in the bushy eyebrows, and again, that's the reason why it's slowing me down. It's slowing down it's going to be slowing down the delivery. But you know what? It's happening. And there's the eyes. Of course, Joe is always happy. And another thing about branding your character, always have the key elements of your character being presented every single time. What's the key characteristic of your character? Superman. He's always iconic. Iconic pose. Iconic.
Wear chin.
No, the whole thing about the spirit of the character. It's always represented. Curl. Yeah, the spit curl, everything. You
which is always an F, by the way.
Yeah. Oh. All right, so we have the chest area, and then the other hand is actually holding the paper. So it's disappearing right behind everything. The wrist is there. The elbow is here. And it goes right to the shoulder. So here is George. I have no idea what George looks like.
Really? I'll get you a mirror.
Yeah. I assume George has two eyes.
Yeah. He looks a lot like Vincent van Gogh's self-portrait. Just not as gingery.
All right, a nose.
So he doesn't burn in the sun, is what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, and let's see. George has a lot of hair. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's a lush. It's a lush forest of hair up there.
Yeah. Okay, so if you can see it, there's the composition.
Got it.
Insane. Wow, great. That's fantastic. I wish I could sit up that quick.
All right, so and now that we've got this whole thing done, we're going to move on to moving into more art. Okay, give me a sec.
How long does it take you to do generally a page, one of these pages? I mean,
hold on a sec.
Got to put the timer on there.
Doran,
send me the link in the private chat to your campaign so we can throw that up there too when we get a chance to get to that there. Because I know you're promoting something.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I saying your name right? I said Doran. I said Doran. I've said it twice now. I figured one of these times.
Yeah, like a door. Yeah, Doran.
Doran. Okay.
I answered to anything. You should have seen how terrible it was when I was in school as a kid. I used to get Doreen was my favorite.
Oh my
I didn't answer. I let them do the role and I didn't say anything. Right?
Oh.
Like, there's no Doreen here. I'm like, no, there's no Doreen here. So just
I bet the 80s were all kinds of fun. Doran, are you here?
Yep, I got that. Yep. Got a lot of.
Hey, that's not a bad one to get though.
Yeah, they were pretty cool at the time, but once they passed.
Yeah,
it was a little bit of a dated thing. Yeah.
Their music videos were I saw their uncut music videos when I was in college on VHS because MTV couldn't show them.
Oh yeah, girls on film. Oh my gosh.
Girls on
yes.
Film, The Chauffeur. Yeah, you couldn't show those because too many boobies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you need to Google up some uncensored Duran films. And of course, you know how they got their name, right?
No.
They took their name from Dr. Duran, who was the villain in Barbarella.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh.
The inventor of the orgasmatron.
Okay, so they were going for the sex
Yeah,
appeal.
they were in all the way.
Oh, they were going for the whole. We're gonna get some attention. We know how to do this.
All right. So there's the composition, and now
Of course,
I'm going to
because
go
it's blue, the camera keeps fading in and out of it.
now. Well, now when I start to go in a little harder, you'll see it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
I got so many videos popping up that I've got to watch it later. Comics Gandalf. Who's got? Oh, that's I'm seeing hashtag Comics Gandalf in this video. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Pops, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, was it Pops or was it? I think Doc was calling himself something about Gandalf today with the sun in his room.
Oh, might have been that then.
Yeah, I think it could have been that. Yeah.
But in addition to making toys and marketing catalogs and drawing comics, George is also a video editor. And I was watching his stream last night. He's been he's been cleaning up all the old Bowery Boys, East Side Kids films. If you ever saw any of those on, public television, or not public television, but syndicated television.
Oh, but the best one is Captain Marvel.
The best one is Captain Marvel. I was just telling somebody about your Captain Marvel cleanup, where you stitched together all the episodes, took out all the cliffhangers, so that it's flowed more seamlessly like a movie, and then gave it better lightning effects for the change and an audio effect with the echo.
Yeah, clean up the audio, added the flash speed effects in some places.
Yeah, when he takes off to run, you leave that after effect. That was very cool.
Yeah. And there, now you're seeing it. Yeah, now you're seeing it.
Yeah, now it's showing up nice and clean.
Yeah, it's because more line work in there. Okay, let's put a bend to the sheet of paper, and put a eyebrow. And improve on the quill fluffiness. So you're seeing this now? Oh, wait a minute. Let's get the other. There you go.
Wow.
Look at that.
I wish.
There it is.
I wish I was that fast. This is the biggest problem I have as an artist. Yeah. Wow.
Well, he didn't have to think about the composition. He just went with what was building the draw.
Yeah, but he did it so fast. He laid it out.
Well, the trick is to actually break down your problem into its smaller pieces. And you saw what I did. I said, okay, the page is going to be there, just roughly there. The body is going to be over here, but the flow of the body, I drew a line that literally just went. You see it right there.
Yeah.
So that's the flow of the body, and then what I did was, of course, I did the head where the head is. I did a circle for the shoulder. I did a circle for the elbow. I did a circle for the wrist.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you're connecting the dots. How you connect the dots is there's a tube for the bicep. There's a tube for the forearm. There's like an oval shape for the hand, and then you break down the hand into smaller pieces into tubes themselves. and a lot of artists have a problem. They see the overall, the composition, and they're overwhelmed. They're literally overwhelmed. They don't have a firm understanding of volume, composition, and volume and staging. And that's what it kills them a lot of the times. With that, it kills them because they can't do consistency between one panel and the next. But if you break down your work in its fundamentals, the core elements of the what you need to do, everything else just flows. It literally just flows right off the page, or right onto the page.
When I'm doing the basic sketches, when I start, I'm really I don't know. My brain just goes. I know I can picture what I can see, but I do so much erasing. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
All
right. Then I have a suggestion for you. You have a basic idea.
Oh yes.
Look on the internet for examples of your basic idea. All right. Okay. Go on the internet and look for examples. When you find the example that's close to your idea, look at its composition. Look at all the shapes that make it up.
Right.
That'll get you halfway there. Literally, it'll get you halfway there.
We're going to take a look at what he's working on right here. I'm going to share his video, and then we'll bring up his Kickstarter pre-launch while you're working away at this here. So if I can just share the screen. And
I got a phone call. I have to pop out, but I'll come right back in. Okay.
Perfect. Then we can take over with this for a while. We'll see you in a little bit. So let's share this beautiful bean footage here. All right, now let me just play it.
I love the music I selected for this. You'll have to read though. That's the unfortunate part. I don't have any voiceover for it yet. Or just watch the pretty graphics.
Well, the cool thing is that it's not my channel, so if there's a claim on the copyright, it doesn't bother me any this time around.
I bought all of it. Pretty against channel. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Oh, there it goes. I love that ending.
It doesn't look like you're having any problem with composition to me.
Oh, that isn't. So that's not my artwork. So that is, and that's not artwork from the series. That's artwork I actually purchased. I found this guy, and all of that artwork fit to my story. I found all these paintings he did, and I'm like, you're kidding me. And I started segmenting, and that's actually my prelude video now for the series. So it's more about setting up the world And then this is a story within that world, where where it's about survival, and the idea of the fact that this meteor impact took out North America, but the rest of the world didn't come to save us, right? Instead, they actually just fed off us. They came after our resources and the cosmic leftovers from the impact. So what happens then, right? And in this particular story starts off with the fact that actually there is a group of people who've survived with the old North American ways, and they're about to be discovered. So what are they going to do? How are they going to deal with the problem? And that's where these two brothers in arms come in, as they try to lie, cheat, and steal their way to a better future, as I say there. Now, I do have a slideshow I could show you of some of the art from the series and some of the concepts.
I just dropped the link to the pre-launch in the chat there, so people can jump on there and get notified when this finally does launch. How's your calendar look on that? When do you think you might be pushing?
It'll probably be September 2nd. So I'm going to Fanatic Con in a couple of weeks to promote as well, and I'm doing this very different than before. So this will be my third Kickstarter. So the first Kickstarter on this actually failed. It was my very first Kickstarter, and it fell just short of getting published. I was like, "You're kidding me!" And I had some amazing art. I worked with some great talent. But it happened, right? And then I learned from that, and I did Raquel. Now I'm trying to redeem the series. I'm rebooting it from issue 1. I'm bringing in other artists, and so it's so it'll be probably September 2nd. I'm thinking 2 weeks after FanaticCon. I'll use that to try and boost up more people to come into the pre-launch, and then take it from there. So
now, where's FanaticCon at?
It's up here in Ottawa. So this is the first time I'll be going to it, but they seem really cool. So I've done the Comic Con here. So a lot of cities here, like Montreal has Comic Con, Ottawa has Comic Con, and of course Toronto and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But these smaller shows I'm starting to like, because I feel like when I think I heard you earlier say you like to go to the conventions and all that. I'm feeling like a lot of the bigger conventions are about the stars and that, and I enjoy going to them. But I'm not feeling like I'm enjoying as much being at them, because you don't get the traffic. Like, people aren't there just for comics, right? So that's where I'm hoping these smaller ones will seem to be more like.
People go to the bigger conventions to, spend $60 more on getting an autograph and a photo with their favorite television star.
And nothing's wrong with that. I got nothing wrong with that.
But just call it television star convention and not comic convention.
Right. And and some of them are really cool in that. But I particularly remember at one of the Comic Cons that we had a lineup past Gillian Anderson from the X-Files. Is it Gillian Anderson from the
Gillian?
Yeah, she was there, and it was like awesome. We were see her, but the lineup just blocked our whole booth for like half the day because everybody's getting in line. They're like, ooh.
Yeah, but you know what I've been seeing? Maybe I just have higher regard for some of these people than they actually have. But I was at NWA Con a couple of months ago, I said, and Michael Rosenbaum was there, and it was literally a just walk right up.
Wow. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, and there were all these other big names, but not to me, because they were big names for being anime voices. And a couple of WWE wrestlers were there.
I love wrestling, so
yeah. They got the bigger crowd. I was Booker T was there, and somebody else. I can't remember who the other guy was, but I knew his name when I heard it, so it wasn't like I was completely ignorant. I used to watch, almost 20 years ago.
Oh no, I'm still a huge wrestling fan. My grandfather got me into that when I was a kid. He used to get so riled up, he'd be sitting on the couch. They actually had to make him stop wrestling after he had a heart attack. Stop watching wrestling, because he got so excited. You'd go over to the house on a Sunday, and you just hear yelling when you came into the house. That's how excited
my great grandmother was like that in the late 70s, early 80s. She had Alzheimer's, and she thought for sure they could hear her. And this was when, you watch wrestling and people were being thrown up, and they'd get up and they'd be like, they'd taken the razor and scratch their head. So there's like all this blood coming down their eyes.
Back a lot. It's coming back. That's what AEW has, a lot of that stuff now.
All right. So this is Christian Caliber, who he's one of the two brothers.
Yeah. The brothers in arms. Now I'm going to try and back this up here. Hang on a sec here. I got to get this back to the start. Hopefully. Was that the start? Aha, here we go. So I decided to do a PowerPoint this time. I really geeked out. But to try and break things up for myself, it helps me try and figure out what's going on. So this is the first time.
I do all my videos in PowerPoint.
Do you? Oh, cool.
Yeah,
So
that
learned a lot here.
that Devil You Know video that we played at the beginning for my book. Yeah, PowerPoint.
Oh, really?
The whole thing.
That's really neat because I'm using other softwares for that. So this is my original sketch for the Dark Ace, John Liger in the series. So he's one of the two brothers in arms, the other one other than Caliber. Yeah, so I just did a whole thing where obviously it's the Kickstarter and we're in pre-launch. So, but anyways, we don't need to watch too much of this. This is the inside art of the comic. So the idea here is just to kind of introduce what's going on in the world. So it's 3072. The Earth is stained green. That happened after the impact 100 years before, but the atmosphere has never changed. It's now green instead of a blue sky. You know what I mean? There's big drones, and we got not battle stations. We'll call them peace stations around the Earth for planetary forces, just for the sake of that. And thermal energy is vital in this future. But this is just kind of a breakdown of some of the stuff. I'll just go through it quick so this is Commander Rasha. So this is going to be, she's part of the Euro Union. So the Euro Union, very similar to what we've got the European Union today, right? So I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this one or not, but I decided to leave it in there for now, just because it fits in so well.
I don't think they trademarked the name.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can get in trouble because it's a global entity or anything. But the idea is, they're the Euro Union. Obviously North American way is gone. This is kind of one of the big players, right? And humanity has expanded past the Earth, and so they kind of look down on Earth a little bit. Some of the people who've left the planet, and she's one of the commanding forces who's absolutely obsessed with catching the Dark Ace. So John Liger, but he doesn't even know. So that's kind of part of the storyline. So she has another part of the Euro Union here is the drone hive here, Drone Hive 1, which is like their top drones. So that's a lot of the series. There's a lot of action in the first issue. As we introduce everything, this is Christian Caliber. I designed a sniper rifle down there. I do all the character design for these, but David Dion did all the work here.
Who's your editor?
I am, yeah. Right now, I need an editor.
You need an editor.
Oh, for spelling?
Yeah, for that fall. Yeah, other things, but yeah.
I threw it all in today. Oh, interesting. What else?
Well, you got 2 L's in controlling, and he's in
testing.
Yeah.
So I threw this all together today.
Fast typing.
Yeah, and I tried to fix some of it, but I had a feeling some of it might. Yeah, so there definitely could be that in a couple of these. This is my original design of the Dark Ace. I like
that.
Yeah, so I wanted to create these kind of idea for each of my characters so I could reuse it to try and break them down. So this is the way I designed him, and now you can kind of see, he's got these. He's aggressive, he's elusive, he's deadly, part of this unknown American mercenary team. But he's got these under wrist lasers that he can use, kind of like Spider-Man. He can put his wrist up and a laser comes out instead.
Yeah.
But it also can be used as a taser, kind of flashing to blind people because he's mostly claw based, right? But he needs to have a way to kind of, when I developed him, you have to have weaknesses, but you got to understand he's going to fight. I always think of how they fight and all that because I love the combat side of everything in this. And I have his claws sharpened at the molecular level. I stole that from Cyberpunk, if anybody knows Cyberpunk out there. But back in the day when I played that game, there was a mono katana in it, and everybody wanted it. And a mono stood for molecular level sharpened. And if you think about it, what could be more sharp than a molecular level? Like if it's at a molecular level sharp, it's sharp, right?
It's one molecule thick.
Yeah,
it's going to slice through anything.
Yeah, and that's the whole premise. And of course, on one of his arm gauntlets, he's got a hacking computer, which will be important in the future, and a scrambler. And again, part of his fighting because of his up close style. He's got grenades like stun, flash, smoke, toxic. And of course, his Titan bodysuit, self-contained armor, and all that good stuff. So lots of little fun stuff here, little tidbits for the design. Oh, this is just this is the covers for the series. So this kind of breaks down more of what the Kickstarter is. So here's the first cover by David Dion and David Ocampa. They've both been awesome in helping me out and get this thing rolling. This is the End of Days cover that was done by Ricardo Silva, who was the artist for Sister Mercy, and still is the artist for Sister Mercy. So I know him from the start because I helped with the Sister Mercy project. Well, actually, the first Sister Mercy, I did like all the editing and I did all the lettering and all that stuff. But then, so I worked with him, and Iwan was fantastic. And this is the latest cover, totally by David Ocampa. that he's done for me of Commander Rasha. I love this. I think it's fantastic. It's a really, really good job. Really nice sci-fi feel. So isn't the other ones. Particularly Ricardo. I love the Earth blowing up in the background.
Oh
I think
yeah.
that's just a real cool concept to the explosion of it. And that happened by accident. He had put a glare on it, and I messaged back to him. I go, "Wow, you put an explosion. You really thought this out." He goes, "Oh, that's just a glare for the sun coming around the thing." He said, "Do you want me to turn that into an explosion?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Yes. Yes,
Do it.
please.
You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
the back cover here is by Jaco Guerrera. I don't know if a lot of people will know him or not. I don't know if he has any projects out there, but his style matches up really well. Like, he's really good with sci-fi, it seems so far. And there'll be some others of his stuff coming up here in a second. So that's the cover art. And here's the interior pages. The example, I got David Dion and David Ocampa again. David Ocampa has been all over the block. He's in the indie world doing quite a few projects, but he's also worked for Marvel, I believe Xenoscope, a lot of the big names, Image, Top Cow.
Yeah.
So at one point in his career, so I think that's really cool. And oh, there's nothing there. What's going? Oh, yeah, I just put this in here because I wanted to make sure people understood that we're making premium comics. If anybody got Raquel, they'll realize it's 80-pound gloss laminated stock. It's shiny, awesome. And the interior pages are 80-pound gloss text, 28 plus pages for everybody to read, right? And the cover art is on the front and back. And of course, pro level layout design. That's a kick at myself. My graphic design background and all that stuff. I'm not sure if there's too much more in here. Yes, the art prints. Yeah, I actually would like to get an opinion on some of this if people are still in the chat. Yes. So here's the art print. So this one's by David Dion. That'll be part of the Kickstarter, and David Ocampa colored. And this is where we get into Joaco. He's got some crazy. I gave him a cover of Wolverine and the Punisher together because that's really the way I picture the fighting style of these two. Is more of the range. So the Punisher would cover Wolverine as he fights, for instance, as Wolverine gets closer to the combat. So I picture that kind of the fighting style I want from these two. So that was a really neat job. And that was Diego who colored that one. And then he did this cool one. I wanted a Terminator type skull in the hand. And I got the concept from a Wolverine cover I'd seen at one point. I don't remember which one, but I thought that was a really, really neat design. And what do we got past that? Oh yeah, so rewards, unlocks, and add-ons. There'll be magnets. I want to do an artist bonus. David Dion or some of the other artists, they're not getting paid a lot to do this. These, you know what I mean? And some of them are just getting by. So I'm definitely putting an artist bonus into the unlocks, and hopefully we'll get to it to help them out. And what else is in here? Oh yes, I'm gonna do my die cut sticker set. Everybody asks about this when they see it. And I thought
Everyone loves die cut stickers.
Yeah, and what I did is I tried to make them into a collector sheet. Because I remembered as a kid, I got them as a sheet. A lot of the times we would take them off and peel them. But I find a lot of the time in the Kickstarters, people are doing smaller ones, and they're not part of a sheet, obviously.
Well, yeah, because they're ordering from like Sticker Mule or Sticker U, and they come automatically cut. But you know what I'd like to see, and I've said this before, the sheet like that, but vinyl and not stickers. Just vinyl.
This is vinyl. Oh, this is vinyl.
Okay. Because then you get the gloss treated cardboard of a city scene, and now you've got color forms. Remember color forms?
No, but why do I think I should though?
Color forms are big. I had like a Spider-Man color forms, and it was like you took the lid off the box, and here were these sheets, these sticker sheets, like of all the characters, and then when you took those out, what was in the box and kind of folded down like a built-in game board was just this cityscape or this park scene or whatever, and the vinyl would cling to the gloss laminated board. So you would make these play scenes of, hey, here's a battle scene, and then you peel them off, you put them back on the thing, and you just wipe them with a wet cloth, and they cling again.
You're very
glass.
Wow, I didn't realize they did that inside the box. So you're very close to what my mentality was on this. When I was a kid, they had on the back of the box, it would be a piece of art, and then you get the sticker inside the box, and you'd stick it on, right?
You could do that too, yeah.
Yeah, these ones are all vinyl and die cut, so you can reapply them. That's what I love. You can take them with them and reuse them, right?
Oh, so they are vinyl. They're not sticker glue on the back.
Yeah, no, it's not sticker glue. Well, you can upgrade to vinyl when you do them on Sticker Mule, so that's what I did. So yeah, this particular sets, when I do them, they're all restickable because of that. Yeah, and they're die cut, so it's not just one big sheet of it. So you can peel them out, keep it as a collectible, and I make it to the size of a comic book cover or a comic book page, so it'll fit in a typical. Obviously, you can display it within the actual bag and board yourself, or you can put it in its own separate frame if you like it, stuff like that. Yeah, but a couple other things I'm trying. Well, I'm going to try. I'm going to do some sketch cards, so that'll be interesting. So I'm open up about 15 slots for doing sketch cards, and I'll throw the character into the series that I'll work on with somebody. So somebody can give me an idea for their character. I'll do a sketch of it, and then put it to ink on here. I'm not sure if I'll color it. I'm not 100% yet. I colored a lot of things, but I used pencil crayons back in the day. But I'm not 100% sure if I'll color it or not. We'll see. I'll talk to the person about it as we go. And I'm gonna try guitar picks for the first time because I've seen that seems very popular. And Corey told me from Sister Mercy that people love them. So these are my kind of concept ideas. I haven't picked what to do, but it'd be interesting to hear if any of them popped to anybody in a way that they think is interesting.
The guitar picks, you can always tell the rock stars who are comics fans. They'll always get those because they're guitar fanatics.
And I started to think about the people I knew who were in bands too, and I started thinking, yeah, well, maybe they do want this.
Yeah, the other thing people are getting into, let me just move this down here, is challenge coins.
Oh,
so you see, I got this
about those today.
I got this Trekker challenge coin from
cool.
from Ron Randall's campaign, and I got this Thin Blue Line challenge coin from Mike Barron's campaign.
Wow!
And then I got the is it upside down? No, it's not upside down.
Oh, yeah, that's the right way, I think.
The Siamese challenge coin from the Dojo Kun Comics campaign.
Cool.
So I haven't found any vending machines that take them yet, but George is back with a fully colored page. Oh,
look, he's done. Boom.
He's already sent it to the printer, and he's getting ready to put it out in the mail.
Wow. True pro. He's got the printing press right beside him. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
You are not too far off. He's got about a dozen printers around him, but they all print in plastic.
Oh, cool.
And then that's one of the things we didn't talk about with this book is that not only is this book shipping 2 large oversized books, but it's coming with a spaceship.
What?
Yeah.
What? Get out of here. Actual working spaceship? Can I go into orbit with it?
It would be.
Yeah.
It's not quite that level yet, but.
Oh, dang. I'll take. Oh, get out of here! This is another thing I love to do is technical art.
There. There's a spaceship right there. And,
cool.
And look, it's in the same angle.
You're gonna make me open something.
And you've got everything printed off in the colors of the right plastic, and it's all assembled at this point.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the print master. The others are boxed up.
Let's see if I can find.
Ready to be shipped by moi.
So how do you ship that? You got to be really careful with it, or is it?
Yes.
Lots of plastic.
Lots of plastic.
Lots of bubble wrap.
Yeah. Lots of
bubble
kind
wrap. Of shield, spaceship shield system.
It snaps together. It doesn't. It's not shipping fully assembled, is it, George?
Yeah, it is. There's no point in having it in pieces. Yeah.
Oh boy.
It still takes up the same volume. The wingspan and the ring take up the same.
Yeah, but the ring would lay flat instead of high, so it would be a. No. The ring
and the wings are together, one piece.
Oh, well then, yeah. Never mind then. It would.
Because the wing and the ring connected as one piece, it creates a tri support structure, a 3-point support structure. So it becomes a solid.
Defines a plane.
Point. Yeah,
gotcha. I'm trying to find some of my ship designs from back in the day. I don't do them 3D. I always did them 2D, but Let's see if I can find something.
Well, so now you got to get them made 3D because the bar has been set.
I got 3D printers I bought a year and a half ago to the right of me. And you know what? I've only used them once.
What's the model?
I'm just so busy with so many other stuff. There's not enough hours in the day, it feels like
Or
sometimes.
what's the make and model?
I went for the Anycubes. I got the Photon
liquid resin, right?
Yep. I don't know if I can
No. Go back. It's just resin or FDM.
Yeah, so they're definitely resin. It proved to be a lot messier than I had thought when I got into it.
I hope you have a good ventilation.
Yes, that's right by a window, and I was actually going to buy a hose to actually work with it. I'm trying to find my old files.
Well, they put out quite a bit of fumes, George.
They're cancerous.
Yeah.
You
can't touch the resin.
Yeah, you have to wear gloves when you touch the resin.
Yeah.
But the resin's the output.
No, and the weird thing about it all is it dries, and then it's fine. So if you put it out in the sun will cure it, and then it's okay. Apparently, it's non-toxic anymore at that point.
Yeah, so you have to put it through a UV light bath.
I got one of those over there too.
That's amazing. I didn't. That doesn't sound like it's something the FDA would approve for.
It's the detail you get out of it that was why resin is so popular compared to the.
That's what they say. But now that the FDMs, if you actually put a 2.0 nozzle, and you tell the machine to print a 0.1, you'll get really, really good resin level details.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, and if you get an FDM printer that has two print heads, one print head's for the actual plastic, the other print head's for the water soluble support plastic.
Okay.
Then you can go nuts and and print, at the highest detail possible, and then just after your print, just let it sit in water for 24 hours, and now you don't have to actually snap the supports off of it, thereby damaging it anymore. Because whether it's an FDM or a resin print, you still have to snap the supports out of it, and if there's fine details, you're in danger of damaging the fine details.
Yeah, and that's the part that always scared me. Here's some examples of what I was doing back in the day. I haven't done this in a while, but like little technical drawings I would do of different type of vehicles and
zoom in.
Let's see if
right now it looks. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so this was kind of like a drone tank, and this was kind of like the idea of a helicopter that could land, but it could land on uneven surfaces because it would have like these gyro legs, so it could land on peaks and stuff like that. And then this is my old Brahma. This is kind of your boss's headquarters. He drives around the battlefield back in the day. Let me show. I'll find there's ship ones in here. What I do with the Forsaken Future is I have sci-fi ads in them, like for instance like this, and this one will probably be back. Where instead of having your traditional ads in a comic book, it kind of is a throwback to RoboCop. I don't know if everybody remembers RoboCop in the Block 5000, or the guy gets electrocuted when he steals the car, or good old X-ray glasses back in the day in the classic comic books. But this is kind of one of my takes on that type of stuff here, where it's kind of like you can get water. The more you pay for the water, the cleaner the water is. You can either have ash water that has ash from the asteroid impact still in it, or you can kind of pay more and get a little bit less, right? And of course, the water has a little disclaimer at the bottom that water corporation is not responsible.
You know what's crazy? You're not far off from actual reality. Because if you want to filter your water, and you're on the wilderness and all that stuff, what you do is you create a cone structure. You take the ash from the fire, you put it in the base, and then as you go upwards from the center of the cone, you actually put in the smaller rocks, then bigger rocks and so forth, and then when you actually pour the water in or into the cone, you're actually filtering the water down to as pure as possible in a natural setting.
I think in this case there's a little bit of a problem though, and that's because there's this asteroid impact and all the ash is all over the place. That's what makes our atmosphere green. Is you don't want the ash in this case, right?
Well, then you make a cocktail.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. You know what you do, Doran? You take that ad now and you go to Sticker Mule and you look at the top where it says custom water bottles.
Oh.
And you have an add-on now for your campaign.
That's smart. That's very smart. Yeah, and I wouldn't even have thought of trying to advertise it even more. But here's like some
because they'll print water bottles for you and you can send them out and people carry them around conventions and fill them with actual water and just drink out of them.
Put some green dye. Maybe have some green dye that goes into it, like
put some Gatorade in it.
yeah. So here were some of my kind of technical ship designs I did over the years I put into one.
That's nice and sleek looking.
Yeah, it's pretty different. But anyway,
submersible jet.
Yeah. I wanted it to be able to go up and under.
I love those old retro shows where like Speed Racer's car could drive under the lake and.
Yep. Yeah, there was some amazing stuff back in the day, and a lot of that imagination I find it isn't. I've never really seen it. I guess I watched that new relaunch of dang it, how am I Lost in Space on Netflix, and I really enjoyed that series. But their ship was underwater, so I guess it makes sense if it can go in space. You think it could go underwater in theory. I guess even in Star Trek they've done that a lot.
Yeah. That's a different kind of.
No. Yeah, the gag is, the ship can survive in space, but when it goes underwater, you see where all the leaks are.
Break out the bubble gum, start chewing some bubble gum, and put that in those leaks, or make a little duct tape and crazy glue.
Is there a purifying water comic? I mean, you know what? I'm sure there actually is, probably somewhere, because if there is a oxygen mask putting on comic, which is in the back of every seat of every airplane you've ever ridden on, because literally that is a comic that shows you how to put your oxygen mask on and when, then I'm sure that some water purifier system has a comic tucked in it that shows you how to purify your water.
Yep.
Either that or a page in the Scout manual.
Oh, good old Scout man. Get a badge for it.
Yes, you would.
Nice.
Here's how to purify your water so you don't drink from a poisoned stream.
You didn't get mutated by the ash. You're doing good. Well, not today anyways.
So this is going to be coming out in September?
Yeah, September 2nd. Oops.
Oh, you got to... Everybody just get your phone out right now and just scan that little QR code. It'll take you right to the
if you're watching right now. Yeah, I did a whole thing. These are gray hairs on this head, right? And I'm finding a lot of my friends and fam have no clue what Kickstarter is. And that's part of my problem, right? Getting that organic support's been hard because they don't know what Kickstarter is. And they're like, confused a bit, so I did this for them mostly.
That is so true, though. I mean, we live and breathe the Kickstarter and Indiegogo stuff all the time, and we're talking about it with each other, and it's like our world. But then you realize just how small and insular our little world is. We're not a world. We're a resort island.
And there's people that want to support you, but they get confused when they try to do it. I have an aunt Ute in Germany who was fantastic. She was really cool because she didn't know what Kickstarter was and all. So she came back to me with Raquel, and she goes, "What? So do you want me to buy this out for you?" I'm like, "What?" I was like, "No. I don't want you to buy this out for me. I just want you to support it. I don't care if you spend $5 on it and get their $10 and get the light version, or I just want support, and I need it to be shared out and people to find it, right? Because if you buy it out, right, that's really beats the purpose of it unless she's going to buy every single."
Then you're done.
It's like, okay, I have one person I have to make comic for all of a sudden. But
that's what you sell it for $1 million, and then you only have to sell one.
Right. But then she might want editing control, and then.
So if you launch on September 2nd, that's actually Pops' birthday. So you'll want to come on the stream that day.
Out of here. Oh, what's the odds? Oh, will he be on here on his birthday? Oh, it's Pops, right?
It's Pops. He'll be on here on his birthday.
All right.
Come on. He ain't gonna be anywhere else.
You have a big old cake.
You think he'd go out on the golf course and play? Come on.
Oh, well, he might. I've seen some pictures of that. that might be a nice day for him. Maybe he'll mix it up. He'll do half and half, right?
Maybe he'll stream from the golf course. That would be. I'm going to reach over here. I am still dry, and I'm not going to drink more than one beer on a stream. That would be excessive.
I wish I had a beer to drink with you. But yeah. I even did a little. That's funny, actually. Yeah. I'm going to show you this, RJ. This is a silly little thing. But here's me with PowerPoint, right? So here's me trying to make sure everybody understands. Again, who people don't know Kickstarter. Watch the bouncing arrow.
This is how Kickstarter works.
There's the button.
You go there. Click that.
This is one thing
Notify me on launch.
Yeah, one thing I don't get about Kickstarter. So I'm new to it, right, and all that. But why I made this PowerPoint because I can't show my actual thing for a month, right? But I would love to be able to promote it before the month. But I guess that's just being live, I guess, in the end.
You can't show what the live.
I can't show everything I did, all the work I did in making all the graphics for the actual Kickstarter itself. They block me, those cruel people, and that's just the video. So that's the end of everything. I threw this all together to try and I'm still fine tuning it, but I thought I did pretty good.
It's going to. This is going to the Forsaken Future is going to appeal to everyone who likes a good post-apocalyptic Mad Max, Thundar the Barbarian, meteor-stricken Earth story here. So definitely hit Pops up, say I want to launch on your birthday, and then come over to our stream, and because you might have one or two people watching on our show at Critical Blast that might share it around.
Awesome. Hey, everybody counts, and it's just cool to get it out there. I'm definitely trying to get ahead of it this time, right? This next month is important. I'm learning. Do the pre-work, and then when you launch, your launch is a lot better, right? Try and get ahead of the game. We'll see if I'm getting good at it or not. That's a different story.
I got pages sent to me today before the show came on here. I was just getting ready to start up, and then I got two people with no cars, and I'm always hearing, "Hey, can you take me to here?" I'm like, "Yeah, but I gotta be back in an hour." But right before I left, I got an email, not an email, a DM, and I'm not going to show it. It's from Rich Perry. He has sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 pages of The Roaring. And this is his 1920s flappers, mobsters, Chicago. Definitely mature readers or immature readers who like mature things. He's got the whole thing laid out here, and I'm just reading the book, and I'm wishing he didn't give me permission to show it, so I'm not going to.
So he's actually he's down to the point he's got the writing and everything. He's ready.
He's working on issue 2 already.
Wow, he's a machine.
Yeah, he is.
Cow.
The man has really put out some pages. I've got a Batgirl of his. He did a whole just as you get con sketches, and it's like, hey, here's a character pose. And I said, well, if you want to do one for me, and he did it for nothing. Which I'm like, don't do that again. I want to pay for the next one because you got to ship it from England and all that stuff.
Right.
But this portrait he did for me, it's like it's the bust of the Barbara Gordon Batgirl, to the basically the left 2/3 of the thing, and then a bat signal in the sky, and then overlaying that is a full body of her. So it's kind of like these 1980s school portraits you'd get, where it'd be like, hey, I'm sitting this way, but you can also see me behind me, kind of thing.
Yes, yeah.
It's cool. A really, really gorgeous piece. And I talked to him the other day. It's like, I want you to draw me a Batgirl. He's like, what? I was like, no, there's a hyphen. So I want you to take that layout, and I want you to mirror it. Not exactly. I don't want an exact mirror. I just want a thematic mirror to where, the body is on the right this time, and the full body is on the far left. Doing the Betty Kane in the 1950s Golden Age outfit, but same line work style. So since you're in this 1920s time feel of doing things.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, I know that 1920s is not the 1950s, but I was stretching the decades. Have you all seen this there's somebody who's done this book. It's a photography book, and it's basically Gotham City 1920 to 29 or something like that. And he's basically following the career of Batman, as though the 1939 comic book was saying, yeah, this guy existed. We're telling comic book stories of what he did now in the 20s. And it's like the costuming, this found footage, the mug shots. His Joker is nightmare fuel.
Wow.
It's I've got to get the guy on my show. Because
is that I assume that Batman still has some kind of tech, and I'm guessing it's more bulky, more
yeah, because it's whatever was available in the 20s.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Steam powered, maybe.
I'm looking up the name of the book now because it's called Gotham 1919 to 1939, and it's by Giant Panda King. I'm gonna pull up. Yeah, it was a $90. It's a $90 book.
I'm assuming he's got the license to do this.
Yeah, I assume so too. Yeah.
You maybe, who knows? I'm gonna just, you know what? I don't have the license to show it, but I'm going to.
I'm gonna take a look at it anyway. So I'll just search for it myself.
I'm gonna share the screen here because the cover is his Joker. Now, okay, so it's got a timer. Damn it! I'm gonna reload the thing. Share the screen. There's the cover.
Oh wow! I wasn't expecting this. I expected some not. Oh.
so it's a fanfic biofic of Gotham, and it's cosplay of so the book's not named Batman. The book's not named, it's just Gotham, and Gotham I don't think is a word you can technically copyright.
No, they called it back in the day that, as far as I understand. Yeah.
New York was called Gotham. Yeah. So you got all the heroes and villains are in here. That little even Harley Quinn, even though she technically shouldn't have been there.
Uh-oh.
I was like, this is a book I'm still thinking belongs on my bookshelf somewhere, and it's thick.
That is a conversation piece if I ever saw one. That's what we used to say when I worked at Chapters: is you want coffee table books, so they got to be a conversation piece, right? Like, this is a conversation piece. If you know anything.
Yeah, these pictures are just incredible. There's a utility belt. You talk about bulky.
Yeah.
And it's
got a knife on it.
Yeah, I had a knife. It's just, I just want to see all these pictures. That Joker, chin. I don't know how he got somebody to look. I mean, that's got to be prosthetics and stuff, but
I would assume like that chin is huge.
Yeah, and it's written from the point where hey, we know who he was. Oh, it's got a Justice League in it. Holy cow!
Get out of here! I know, it's awesome.
1936, Justice League of America, and he's off to the side there. Wow.
Who's the second one in on the left on that? Is that
when it comes back around? I'll tell you, because he's started the slideshow over again, and there's no controls on it. Wait, there are controls on it. There they are. Second, that's Aquaman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's funny in a way, but at the same time, 1936. That's probably a pretty good costume.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
that's
Chris is reminding me that if I go to the studio, Chris, you've got the inside track on everything that Pops runs here. There is the trailer for The Roaring, and if I can find out what he named it.
I remember seeing it earlier today in a bunch of videos. That's right.
Yeah, well, you know what? When he uploads everything and it's called Video 1, Video 2, Video 3, nope, I'm not going to take a risk. Sorry.
I have thousands of files. You learn that early on when you learn about computers. Don't name them 1, 2, put something meaningful and then a version. But
yeah, because when I was younger, I used to name things file 1, file 2, because I didn't want people to know what they were by looking at them.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the one of Vanna White where you could kind of sort of see through it. I had an SVGA computer, top of the line photos. So that's absolutely what came. Oh, those lines are getting darker, George.
Look at him go.
Oh, go full
He's
screen
in beast mode.
so you can see.
You got your ball cap on. Very cool. That's all done with a blue pen.
I was about to say that same thing. Yeah. No pencils required.
You know, let me change the layout here to where it's a different kind of, only I want the bigger one over here. There we can see the picture that way. I met Tom Batchick, the guy who does the Funky Winkerbean comic strips. And we did an interview with him at Union Station Hotel. And I had the first 4 volumes of the complete Funky Winkerbean with me. And I just thought, he'd sign them. And we're sitting on the couch by each other. We just finished the video. I was like, I brought these, because I had them for like show on the videos. Like, he's done these books here and they're available here and you go get them. I said, would you mind signing them? And he takes out a Sharpie and he opens the first page and he starts drawing. And he drew a headshot in each one of them of different Funky Winkerbean characters. I'm like, you don't blue line, circle, square, nothing. He's like, nah, I've been drawing them for 45 years. I do them in my sleep.
Yeah. But it's so amazing to see that people can do that. The artists are that, that they can do it that quick. It's insane.
Yeah.
You should see Disney artists draw Daffy and Mickey.
I can only imagine.
Blindfolded.
Yeah.
Blindfolded. Yeah. I bet they can.
Blindfolded, then with their hands tied behind their back.
Yeah, exactly.
Pin up their nose. They're like, I'll do it.
There was an artist. I don't know his name. He was a gimmick artist because he was on a gimmick show. St. Louis had a locally produced Corky the Clown show. And it took me forever to figure out that the weatherman on Channel 5 News was also Corky the Clown on Saturday mornings. But he would pull somebody from the audience, some little kid, and he'd say, what's your name? And they'd say, Jenny. And they'd write, Jenny on the big white piece of paper there. And they'd say, what do you like? And she's like, I like horses and bicycles. And they're like, okay, great. And the artist would sit down and take the letters of her name and turn it into a picture of something that she had suggested. And you could still see her letters of the name in there, but it also was like, oh, look, it's a horse with the word Jenny in it somewhere. It amazed me as a kid. And it's still pretty amazing when I think about it.
The creativity of the mind is phenomenal. Even those guys, I'm sure we've all seen this before. Oh, well, maybe not. I remember seeing it for the very first time, I think on That's Incredible show, but people do it all the time now. And I see it at cons and that. But the people used to just take a paintbrush and they'd spray it at a wall and make a picture of they'd play like Jimi Hendrix music and they'd slap this paintbrush at this giant canvas and it would turn into a picture of that's that person. It's just seeing some of that stuff is just insane.
Oh yeah. I remember that. That's incredible. I remember that too. What they did, what they did was when they actually splashed the canvas had a pre-drawn varnish.
Oh, there's a trick
so
to
it. Was reacting to the water.
I saw a guy doing the universe on YouTube one day, and it was just phenomenal. He does space scenes for like 30. Oh, you know what? It wasn't on YouTube. It was actually at a con, and he was just making space scenes, and he was just in planets and universe. It was just crazy.
Oh, that could probably be more true splatter.
Yeah, exactly. Bateman, there's a wildlife artist, Robert Bateman. And he was a friend of mine was talking to him one day. And that's how he does his stars every time. He would just take the white paint and splash it.
Well, the movie, what's is it Keanu Reeves? No, Hugh Jackman. Did a movie about living for eternity. He was a conquistador. Do you know that?
No, that sounds
Hugh
cool.
Jackman I'm Googling. Was called The Fountain.
The Fountain, right? The space effects on The Fountain were a close up of a petri dish. What do you call goo?
Oh, like slime with the glitter in it.
Yeah, but it was just very close up petri dish. Just a what do we call microscope with a high res camera. I it's absolutely spectacular. Yeah,
a cheap effect. done with, the proper tools.
So many tricks
like,
back in the day. Like think before the
Yeah.
green screen of Lucas and all that, like what they had to do. Like it's
Well, like when Terminator 2 was out and the T2 was like going through those those jail bars, just kind of seeping through it. That sound effect was an open can of Alpo just held upside down and let the food slide out. That's what they just put a microphone next to it and recorded it.
I wish I could remember what Chewbacca's growl is. Someone told me at one point it was a mix of two animals in the wild. I just can't remember what they are right now. It's just some of these sound effects guys are just crazy.
Oh yeah, when you ever see the like old reels of what they were doing in the golden age of radio, to make all the sound effects in studio for something, those were just amazing. I was listening to it today. I was listening to Hop Along Cassidy, and they're always talking about the sound of the silver spurs announces the arrival of. And you could hear this ching, ching, ching. And you could just see some guy clomping around in the studio wearing spurs, or at least holding the boots and doing it, because they had this distinct jingling quality to it every time. And you could hear the footstep land that would create it as well.
Oh, I remember. You know what? I got an idea. I'm going to send the link to Denali.
Oh, I thought he was going to put in some sound effects all of a sudden to go with his drawing. The sound of the pen.
Yeah, send the link to Denali. Get him in here so we can see the immortal mask.
Yeah, you know what? Instead of me showing it off, he can talk about it.
Back to the sound effect thing too. I remember they used to say that they did horses with two pieces of wood. They just sit there clunk clunk with their hands.
Well, yeah. Well, you remember Monty Python and the Holy Grail? They didn't have any horses in the movie. They had
never associated that. I never associated the callback to how they did it to make the movies. The guys, the squire following him around. Oh my god! Yeah, that makes so much sense.
All right, I sent Denali the link.
Very cool. Get him in here.
Yeah. So, in a sec.
Because I want to run CRoM Con as long as CRoM Con should be run on a Sunday night. But
all right,
it's a lot easier with more people.
All right. So let's see.
That's beautiful.
Wait. Let's see. What does Denali say? He says, "I'm in the middle of walking." Okay. Then give me a sec. I got to respond. Then walk faster. Gosh.
Get in while the getting's good.
Someone's asking, where's the dog beater?
Yeah.
What does that refer to? I don't even know. I'd be scared.
I'm not addressing that.
Okay, let's hide that one.
All right. So
cut the commercial.
Rich is letting himself. Rich, are you awake, man?
Yeah.
Well, George is doing the draw and talk today. And he asked the audience for composition notes. So it was going to be his character Joe King, and we talked about what composition was, and then Glenn said, "Draw an artist rendering a drawing on a page in his own book." And I took it a step further. I said, "George, draw Joe King drawing George Peter Gatsis." So it's George drawing Joe, drawing George, and
by the way, and Joe is in the back doing the two fingers behind his head.
Oh Lord, it's double.
This is the most meta.
There's the arm right there.
This is so meta. I can't even.
With a pen.
By the way,
with a pen.
Yeah, it's all done with a Papermate 2.0.
Oh my God.
In high school, I used to draw with those all the time. Whenever
that's what I used to do too. Yeah,
Papermate 1.0.
They used to bleed a little bit, right? When you sometimes they kind of goop up a little bit on you, and I was like, no,
they get a blob in the
tip. And we were, people like us when we were in school and we had to take notes, and instead of we drew and everything, we were the ones that were like either nuts or gay.
Yeah, well, no one understood what. When your notes for school are just all art, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm
remember
that's serious, man. When I lived in New York City, Staten Island to be specific, which I never admitted to anybody. You're thinking me, a guy like me, in a room full of Guidos and Guidettes with all with their hair with enough Freon in it that kills the ozone layer because it must stay in place.
Yes.
And these troglodytes would look at me because I draw, and it's like, it's either, hey, can you draw He-Man for me? Or you must be a fag or something. And I'm like, well, while I fuck your girlfriend, you know, you can think I'm as gay as you want there, pal. Hey.
Yeah. You know, the girls come in and take their clothes off for the artists and sit there and let us look at them as long as we want.
I never had to really draw for the girlies to take their clothes off and shit. And so, because I was a terrible, horrible, nasty pimp master back daddy and shit like that, you know. So.
Well,
actually, I'm full of shit. I think I banged like maybe 3 guys' girlfriends or some shit like that. Because
you know what's crazy about that experience is that
the pregnancy? No, it didn't happen.
We didn't admit to that. That wasn't me, honest.
We never admit to that. Oh boy, I don't have any kids. At least none that I know about.
Acknowledge. Yeah.
Acknowledge. Yeah.
Well,
Please continue.
Sorry, it's just that at that time, you know, they're saying, oh yeah, draw this, draw that, or you know, you're just an artist. You know, they make fun.
Yeah. There was a degree of jealousy there, I think, a lot too.
They make fun of you ad nauseum. And the thing is, the same people that are making fun of you with all the hair grease and spray in their hair.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I gotta illustrate this with two pens. Okay.
Mm.
This is
2 pens?
2 pens. Okay. So
2 pens. Holy shit! This is
stepping
getting more meta by the minute.
All right. This is the douchebag walking in this direction. All right. This is the douchebag walking in this direction. Right. This is the wind. This is the wind coming in on a cross, right? So what does the douchebag do when they're walking? When the wind is coming in this direction and they're walking in this direction, they continue to walk in this direction, but they look in this direction.
Of course, so their hair doesn't get ruined.
Right?
Yeah.
I have seen that so many times.
Whilst the flowers are dying behind them from the freon in their hair, right?
Yeah, they were funny. The people like that are funny. They wind up, they're the ones who inherit their houses from their mommy and daddy, who paid for every single fucking thing except for college. And these are the troglodytes who get every single relative they can to either get a good city job or work for the cops or the firemen or something. You know, so then they could continuously bully and beat the shit out of people without any type of recompense. You know, so it's just these guys are just, it didn't happen to me really, thankfully, because a couple of them I beat the shit out of them, but it's like, they were just assholes, you know? It's like, you look at people like that, it's so simple to be empathic to a degree, but the majority of people don't have that type of empathy. And haters, you look at them,
haters, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like, because you do something that's so different from everybody else, they're like, hey, that's fucked up.
That's just it. That's just it.
Wards of the state.
It's ridiculous. Oh, and Pale Rider, can you please put up Pale Rider's comment again, please? Because I want everybody to. I banged 3 guys.
Girlfriends.
Pale Rider. No. Listen. Pale Rider. There were 3 guys I banged. Would you like to be number 4? And then 5, and then 6, and then 7.
So the invitation is out there.
The
only thing I ever drew in high school with a paper pen.
Taste this burger.
I drew the AC/DC logo on denim.
Oh man, you just beat me.
Oh no.
You just beat me. I did it with the black marker. I was about to say my leather vest. So I had a leather jacket with a jean vest. My friends make fun of me for the Stranger Things guy Eddie, but back in the day, except it was a mullet. I had the mullet with the leather jacket with the jean vest, right? You know what I mean? When I became a teenager,
I ruined a bunch of white T-shirts with a black marker because I wanted to have sayings on my shirts that you couldn't just find and buy.
Yep.
So
that's true.
And thing is, I was like total geek. So I walked into school with with white t-shirt on, hand lettered black letters on the front that said Latin students do it with tongues.
Nice.
Dude. Oh,
I was
man.
I was so rebellious.
I'm jealous of
Wow.
that. Holy shit, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
and geometry students know all the angles.
Oh Christ.
This is how bad it was. I did have a shirt made up because I was in the Junior Engineers and Technical Society, which is
Nice.
a big long name for we go take tests at other schools to show how smart we are and see who wins.
Ooh.
And I had a shirt that said the Doppler effect on it, and the letters on the front were in red, and the letters on the back were in blue.
Oh, Jesus
George gets it. that's how geeky I was.
That's impressive.
Oh
That's like a whole other level. So yeah, I was being the porcupine. I was kind of hiding under my leather jacket with my jean vest, but I was listening to like Iron Maiden and speed metal back then, and I had French. It's important to understand this. I had French friends, and this was a shot at them. This one band had "Speak English or Die" back patch, so I put that on my jacket. And I went into French class with that all the time. The look I used to get in Canada. Oh, I used to get in so much trouble. Just being silly rebellious, right?
Well, I used to say that, I can speak French, oui, oui, and I can speak French Canadian, oui, oui, eh?
I used to tell everybody I speak at least 3 languages. And so really, what is it? British, Canadian, American, and Australian.
Oh, yeah.
All the different accents.
Oh my God, you're so exotic. Here's my
algebra
pussy.
students can solve for the G spot. There you go. Yeah.
Oh,
it's all right. It's not that.
It's okay.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing, Perotta, that you're sexy. You don't have to be funny.
All right, I think it's done.
I think it looks great.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Ideally, I wanted to push and do it more texture up there, but again, because the technical difficulties.
Because you decided to draw after the book was published instead of before.
Well, it's not a decision. I was stuck with that decision. It wasn't a decision that I made.
Yeah,
I couldn't because this paper's unique. It's not the same paper as the original production run. Right, it's close, but the problem is that if I were to draw on these sheets, the artboard and this before, and then they would insert it in, you see the slight raising because of the ink and the pressure and all that stuff. When they're going into binding, it would not be a perfect registration because the paper bulks, as you can see right here. Wait a second. As you can see, the paper or naturally bulks because there's ink on this, which is constricting the paper. This would be a problem during binding.
George, can you show Rich the size differences on this as well? Because I was going to tell Rich that this is a book that's got 4 different paper types in it. It's got the cover, the interior pages. That was an artboard bound into the book.
Okay. So you have the cover paper, you have the art sheet paper. It feels very close to the interior, but it is different. And then you have, of course, the interior paper, and then on the back, just like the front, you have an actual. Give me a second. Let me put this.
An actual page. An actual comic page.
No, an actual artboard.
It's an actual board,
it's an actual board.
Oh wow,
artboard.
It's an actual artboard. Listen.
I'm so confused right now. I didn't realize this was inside of his comic that he was displaying earlier.
That's
That's crazy cool.
You hear that, right? You hear that, right? And then just put the.
So somebody's actually going to get the drawing that we saw made tonight in their book.
Wow,
that's sexy as hell.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I haven't signed that. So let's.
You have to sign it. You have to sign it.
Yeah, see, and notice, right? I have to gingerly, handle each of these.
I wondered why you were being so sensitive with it all. It all makes sense to me now. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's
I was going to say, if I had to work like that all the time with my art, I'd be like,
yeah, this is not going to fold any more than it naturally folds over.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
All right, so I'll put my signature. I'll put my signature in the actual illustration that he's drawing.
I was saying, well, Joe King should be signing the picture that he drew.
yeah.
Sorry
for yawning, guys. It's like 12:46 here in the UK.
Yeah, it's late. You know what? I'm going to take the Pops logo off of here because
what Pops logo?
The one that's covering your face right now, dude.
Oh, God.
Flip us on the other side.
Don't show my face.
Flip us
on
the other side. What do you
mean put it on the other side?
Face.
I can do that?
Yeah.
I think you can.
Wait a second. No,
that shows my face.
You can put them along the bottom, I think, and
just go.
Now you're zoomed right in, Rich. There.
It's like it's moving, but then when I let go of it, it doesn't move.
No, there's options here on the bottom. Wait. There's options right here on the bottom.
There he goes.
All right. You see the options on the bottom? Just click on all the options.
I love it.
Click on all the options.
There you go. I can do that.
Okay. Keep going.
Is there one more?
Keep going.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Denali's here. I can go. I don't need to hog the whole thing.
No, well, Denali, we were like this, and I had this, and then Rich's face is being obscured by the Madness Network logo.
RJ, wait, don't move. RJ, drag your
don't
screen.
Don't poke him like
up.
that. Don't poke. Oh.
Drag your screen up to the top. There you go.
Oh, then I can just hide me. Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Or you can drag Denali all the way to the top.
Right there. Streaming maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, man, I'm getting confused with all this shit. This is getting too meta for me.
All right. So the illustration's done. By the way, this is one of 4 illustrations everybody's getting. There's 2 books. There's two art sheets, 2 illustrations per book.
That's right. So everybody who's getting the 2 books in a set is getting 4 original art pieces with it. And
holy shit,
Rich, did you know Star Circuit comic?
No.
Did you ever see Star Circuit? Okay, well, we got a copy here. There it is. There it is laid on the actual book.
That looks really cool.
And here's another book right beside it.
Pieces of turtles.
Oh, look at that shine.
And then boom.
Yeah, so this is taller than 2 comic books are wide.
Yeah, it's
Is
that 11 by 17? Is that 11 by 17 or is that A3 size?
It's custom. 10 inches by 15 inches.
Okay, yeah, 10 inches by 15 inches is the work. From what I remember, 10 inches by 15 inches is the workable space within on an actual comic book page.
On the actual board, yeah.
Yeah, the actual board is supposed to be 10 by 15, but you can bleed it. You can have the image go wherever the hell you want as long as it's printable.
Right.
Yeah, who's the new guy? Who's the new guy?
This is Denali.
Yep.
He is doing a book called The Immortal Mask, and it's not going to launch anytime ever.
What? What?
Because we're going direct to publishing. Because we're going direct to publishing.
Yeah, there's no campaign for this one.
Yeah, so basically, the books are at the printers. Once I the print samples and everything, then I'll update the website, and everybody can just click and order the books, and RJ will be distributing it.
Boom!
Yay!
He's doing the Rippaverse model.
No, he's doing the Denali model long before.
That's right. It was planned. It was planned way before we ever saw Rippaverse this way.
Yeah.
God, sorry for yawning so much, man.
So I'm kind of hoping that Denali pulls in at least $3 million.
Ooh, I love this.
Well, they won't know. That's the beauty. They won't. They won't.
Sass going on there.
Well, that's the beauty, right? You have your own. You have your own store, right? Yep. They won't know. The only people that will know is you, God, and the tax man.
Yeah. And it's
Don't
three.
tell
And
the
it's,
tax man.
and it's three. And it's 3 books. 48 pages each. So over 130 pages of story, dense story.
Very dense.
Very dense. Yeah.
And these 3 covers, you notice they got the same trade dress, Rich, on these covers here.
I
you'll appreciate this. Yeah.
I noticed it looks fantastic.
Yeah. So this is book 2 cover.
Let me see book 3.
And those are interior.
Yeah, and everything you see is interior art. These are
I
all interior.
Here, give me a sec. I just want to supersede Denali. Share my screen for a moment.
Okay.
Before George want to hog when I'm coming in.
All right.
see.
So,
Yeah, no,
all right. So this is Denali's book 1, book 2, and book 3. And if you want to know what the artwork looks like, it's right there. It's right in the back.
That's
I gotta ask, what's
awesome.
the car? Is that a Chevelle or Nova or something? Or
It's a
Chevrolet Chevelle.
Yeah, it's 74.
I knew someone who had that car at one point, almost not that color.
All right. So if you're curious about what's going on the inside, here.
Yes.
I'll show you.
Christopher Brown. Yep.
There you go. Okay, so this is the credits page on the inside.
Yeah.
And the next page is the one page of the 1930s Immortal Mask silent adventure. This is part 1 of 3. And then we go right into the 1974 story. And this is how dense the story is, and this is how beautiful the artwork is.
Jesus Christ.
There's an average between 7 and 9 panels on every page.
Yeah, that's insane.
Just like
I fight to get to 5 when I'm laying out, like a 5 to 7. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
it's like Alan Moore. It's like Brian Bolland.
Well, this is
a shit ton of panels on.
Yeah, but this is old school. We're talking about Alex Raymond, Stan Lee and John Romita Sr. doing the Spider-Man newspaper strips. Jack Kirby. Yeah, what is it? Wally Wood, Cannon. Rex. What do you call it? Rex Morgan or
no? You're thinking of Rip Kirby.
Rip Kirby. Rip Kirby. Yeah. Stranger as
yeah.
Oh, RJ Scott.
So this is it's story density. There's only that's the last page I'm going to show you, but there's only 2 pages that are splash pages in the entire book, and everything else is this what you're looking at right now.
Yeah. Now that first page you showed, that was not 9 panels on one page. That was 9 pages on one page.
Oh.
And then the first book of book 2 is
the other 9 pages. The other
10 through 18.
Yeah.
And then the first page of book 3 is
the completion.
Page 19 through. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
you can see
insane.
these panels are broken down into inner panels.
I'll show you. I'll go a little closer so you can see. Give me a sec.
Yeah, there's a better example. Yeah, see how one panel is actually 4 vertical panels right there.
Yeah, you're getting old school stuff. You're getting vintage, classic, silent action of the 30s, Immortal Mask, and then you get 1974. It was 3 Days of the Condor. Intense story. I mean, really intense. And that's why the artwork. Give me a sec. I'll pull back out.
Now, how big are the pages going to be physically printed so that we can best appreciate these 9 panels here? I mean,
this is standard 7x10 book. So
okay,
but give me a sec. So, excuse me. When the initial book is released and people are buying all that stuff, there'll be more stuff that'll be coming out. But right now, 100% focused on this.
Yeah.
100% focused on this. Oh, by the way, this center panel here, is a poster on Denali's store.
Yeah.
Teespring. You can get a 24 by 36 poster. It's really beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful.
You ready for me to switch over to Denali's share?
Yeah. Switch over to Denali now.
Okay.
All right.
Back to just a cover, simple covers.
Now, did I hear you say these are at the printers?
Yeah.
When are these going out?
He's getting his what? When you getting the samples? Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Once I check them out and make sure everything looks good.
The store goes online. People can buy. It's not a pre-sale.
It's not a pre-sale.
People buy, and it's getting shipped, printed, and delivered within 2 weeks, well before the 20-day deadline.
Which means that PayPal's not going to hold on to your money.
Correct.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Good old PayPal.
Yeah. You have to read the fine prints, when you deal with processors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That was a mess for him.
It doesn't matter. But let's just focus.
You learn. Everybody can learn from his mistakes.
Make $3 million. See if they hold any of it, and if they do, then we can say, okay, he had something.
All right. So zoom in on the back page if you can, there, Denali, and tell people what the elevator bridge is.
Well, funny enough, it's right here. I can just read it. The Immortal Mask is a 1970s superhero crime noir adventure that is following a retired soldier down on his luck who is given a covenant interview with a death row inmate. What he learns from the interview thrusts him into the Atlanta's shadowy underworld. He will have to utilize his military training to survive from being hunted for the information that could topple the most powerful ruling class in the city.
3 Days of the Condor, The Bourne Identity, Winter Soldier. This is the kind of expectation you'll get out of this book.
And again, to emphasize, what you're seeing in the background is interior art. You know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure that was him roboting and not me.
yeah. Denali roboted. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what you're getting. You're looking right there. That's the interior art. Interior, the cover art matches the interior art.
And it's like pencils of the interior art, right? I mean,
no, it's those are final inks.
Yeah.
Final inks, okay. So it was the inside front page where you could see the transition from the pencils to the finished inks.
And you saw what you saw in the inside front page was the thumbnails to the finals inks.
Yeah.
And it's very specific. We Denali asked the artist to specifically do not draw in what you call a light source.
Yeah, no shadows.
No light source whatsoever of any of the artwork. Why? Because eventually, down the road, after the books are crowdfunded, and
there's no crowdfunding for these books.
Sorry. You know what I mean. After the books are properly exploited in the marketplace.
Yes.
We will venture forth. Not this year, not next year, but maybe 2 or 3 years later, we'll venture forth and do color work on it, and the color work will be determined, and the light source will be determined by the colorist. That way, there's freedom to actually pick and choose how the lighting happens in each scene, in each panel, on each page. That way it gives you a much more greater sense of control over the entire product.
Now, Denali, you brought this on my show when I had even less of a show than I do now.
Yeah.
And that was like, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah. 3 years ago.
This has been looks like a lot of work.
A lot of foundation. building.
It's impressive because I think of I've been doing this since I was a teenager, and I have trouble doing a comic book a year right now. Like I can't picture having, and I'm not doing the artwork. I can't picture like you said, it's 48 pages as well each one.
Yeah, 3 issues, 48 pages.
3 issues, but 48 pages each one.
Yeah.
So and all 3 are releasing at once.
Yeah.
That's so much content. That's crazy.
So
it's awesome.
So over 130 pages of dense story.
That's such a dedication to it as well.
Like that's a trick, right? Patience. A lot of people have to appreciate the patience. You can go online and talk about something, but until you actually physically show the product in hand, it's still a concept.
Yeah.
Right. Getting past concept in itself can be hard, let alone getting to a production. I think a lot of people I've learned over the years think it's easy to make comic books. I get it all the time when I talk to friends and family or something. They think it's easy, and they don't understand how much can go wrong and how much work it takes. Now, especially myself, I'm working with a lot of artists and stuff. I worry sometimes their health might change, or you know what I mean.
Well,
something might go wrong.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's a big production. It will take time, and the basic understanding of something like this is to go in it, instead of thinking of it as a mountain, where you have to deal with the whole thing as a whole. You deal with it piece by piece.
What are you talking about, George? I am a mountain.
Yeah, of course. This guy one day is going to own Disney. I'm telling you right now. One day.
Yes.
Now, since you're working with George on the development of this, at least
no. I'm not.
You're bouncing ideas off of George.
No ideas. No. This is 100% Denali's project. All I did was I just made sure that he stays within the parameters of technical execution, meaning that he's got contact with the artist, he's got contact with colorists, everybody he's in contact with, and he would say to me, okay, this is what I'm planning on doing, this is what I'm going to do, and then I would ask him a question: why would you do such a dumbass thing like that? Why can't you reformulate your thinking and accommodate this technical problem, this technical problem, and then
the logistics. Yeah,
and the logistics.
Yeah,
it's basically RJ, when you came to me and said, I have an idea, and then I said to you, you're thinking too small. Let's think bigger.
Yes. And we continue to think bigger.
And that's and that's it. That's my input right there with Denali, full stop.
Right. And just to clarify, except instead of thinking bigger, he's always saying think a little bit smaller.
That's just him adjusting, right?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You saw my resume, style guides and all that stuff, right? And what I said to Denali, I go, before you approach any artist, have all your content created, all your visuals created, have all everything that's key to your project visually. Have that all created before you talk to your artist. Why? Because you're not asking an artist to create something. You're asking an artist to interpret at that point. This is not a Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. Stan Lee said Spider-Man. Steve Ditko came up with the visuals of Spider-Man. No, Denali came up with the Immortal Mask, and he came up with the visuals of the Immortal Mask and everything that associates with it. And then he had the whole design package, style guide, if you will. And he says, here's the script, here's the design package. Please interpret this. So the artist is no longer creating a character. They're actually interpreting the script onto the page.
And it helps you have ownership as well of the character design in that too.
That's the other thing. The logistics of creating is not just printing and shipping. The logistics is also making sure that your agreements, your contracts clearly stipulate, who actually owns
ownership of what
the IP, and there's no wiggle room, so to speak.
And you eliminate that by having your concept work done, right? You're eliminating that back and forth.
Well, it's not concept. No. Concept work implies that it's still in development. No, this was done. This is complete. It's
Oh,
you know
but
what?
when he gave it to the
Let
artist?
me show you what I'm talking about. I'll pull up one image that's the Immortal Mask himself, and give me a sec.
Concept work is what Marvel publishes on covers.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Ouch. Marvel artist
Yeah,
is
we all
crying
know that
somewhere
story,
right now,
don't we?
RJ. He's with a tear dripping down his face. He doesn't know why. Why are my ears burning?
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to let's see, book 1, and find the where is it? Is that book 1? No, it's book 2.
Who's driving?
Hmm?
Was just wondering who was driving here, because George is talking and Denali's share screen is moving. So I'm like, what?
Oh, he took over his computer. He's an IT guy as well.
Because you're sharing my screen, you're not sharing George's screen.
All right. I found the image. Now I'm gonna share. Give me a sec.
Oh, okay. It messed me up for a minute there. I was like, are they? Wow.
Mind games.
Yeah, this is not concept drawing here. This is
fair
this is the design style guide.
kind of like what I
guide
had
is
earlier. Yeah, I do the exact same thing because
so the artist can't say I contributed this to the character design, therefore I own this part that I contributed to the character design.
And as well, it eliminates that back and forth, right? Even though, like, a real great example was in my slideshow, actually showing my original picture of the Dark Ace. And then the way the artist interpreted it was totally different, right? It's not close to it's close, but it's not the same, right?
Yeah.
But, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay. I don't mind that. It's just
no. It's not. See, you're right now. You're allowing compromise to come into your production with Denali's project.
No compromise.
There's no compromise because he looks at the page. It comes in. He has one of two options at that point. To go back to the artist and say get on model, or he would say to me, George, I need you to superimpose on model a mask, or I need you to paint this out and put this in to make it on model in terms of what's regarding the story.
Interesting.
So I've actually gone into pages and actually swapped out the mask that's drawn by the artist with the official mask itself.
Sure.
So you can't tell because it's all technical work. I superimpose it, make sure the lines are the same weight and all that stuff. It sits on the same angle.
My vision, 100%.
So he gets it, but it's not like it's just one or two pages. It's like almost every page. Denali says, okay, you know what? I need you to change the date. I need you to change the clock readout. I need you to put in
I'm editing. I'm doing everything. It's like a movie production, basically. At this point, I'm looking at everything, and it's not just pump and go. It's me actually analyzing the whole page and making sure it's to what I want it, and then manipulating it to how I want it. It is in there.
I find it can be. It's kind of a touchy subject. Actually, I was just talking with my friend Corey about this with Sister Mercy. He had edited. I guess I shouldn't throw out his story, but anyways, he had an artist who he changed. He asked the colors to change the teeth or something like that on one of and the artist got mad, right? And he's like, "Oh man, he didn't expect that."
That's a problem.
That's a problem. At this point, they're interpreting my vision. Yeah. I'm not paying them for their vision, unfortunately.
Yeah, you have the same.
To be blunt, I don't want to be blunt, but that's the point of
what
it is.
I understand what you're saying, totally.
Because this is 100% mine. This is up front. I explained that to them.
Not so you say you're paying for it as well.
Yeah, I'm paying for it. It's up front, and I tell them exactly what their role is. There's no ambiguity. Oh, we're partners. No.
Yeah. What I found over the years in my experience, which is obviously different than this, is that if I was to do what you said, like I tried starting out that way.
Yeah.
What happened to me was production became a nightmare, honestly. But I do edit it.
That's a problem. See,
it is.
It's also a problem in feature films, because in a feature film, as an example, it also trickles down to other productions, different disciplines. That it's the director is there to make sure there's a singular vision to the movie. But the problem is that the casting agent has their idea of what the movie should be. The special effects people have their version idea what a movie should be. The producer has their own idea what a movie should be. You know, everybody who actually it has some sort of significant role in the visuals of the movie have their own idea. And even the writer has their own idea what the movie should be. And the director is supposed to wrangle all that together and make it work. But when you have somebody in the mix who is fighting you, that's when it becomes a problem. That's when it needs to be fixed.
And sometimes you end up stuck. A real great example, you can see that Whitefire Comics huge banner going across the back. That was the original artist, and that's why I'm redoing the whole series. Nothing against Mike, he was awesome, but I wouldn't have made it to production ever of that because his character on this side that you can see of John Liger is nothing like what I designed. It's hard to see, I know, but all my characters did not turn out like I wanted them, but there was an element of cool to some of it. So John Liger is actually over here. See the ace on his chest? But then if you go over here, you can see here he is done by Ricardo over here. Very, very different, right? He made this kind of, well, I can't really point to it well like this. He made this very basic character that kind of reminded me almost of Cyclops. And that definitely wasn't my original design idea. And even this character here is Blindside is not quite this. I didn't mind what he did to him. I find it can be a collaborative process, and they can artists make things better. And I love that. You know, we go back and forth and we chip it together. But I've definitely feel like I've moved on from that. What I've had to do, where I'm not settling so much over here anymore.
At that point,
that's not what I wanted for my production. My production, it's not my vision then. If somebody else is putting their designs and everything, then you're not getting Denali's comics. You're getting Denali plus one or plus two.
This guy over here. So to my I guess I can. Keeper, this guy was amazing. AJ Aja, you know, he added to my characters. He made them even better. You know what I mean? All of his artists over here, everything he did was he made my stuff better, and that's the type of person I wanted to work with. I found over time, and it's tricky. I found it tricky to find them.
Every time I give you the big screen, we lose somebody else. I don't know what's happening.
My special power.
It's your power.
I mean, I've got the superpower of getting blocked by people in a single tweet, but you know,
amazing.
Wow, that's a heck of a power.
It's an ability.
You know what? One of the guys I work with, he was so jealous of me one day, and I'm like, why? I said, it's because you could take naps. I don't know why we were talking about it at work. Like, I could take a 15-minute nap and be refreshed. He's like, I can't nap at all. That's a superpower. I'm like, no, I don't consider it, but okay, I'll take it.
Nap at will. I got
that's
power.
right. Yeah.
Got that power.
It's called narcolepsy.
I got it.
Like oxygen.
Yeah, but no, I know you mentioned it several times, RJ, that you interviewed me. And part of it, I said I did write up to 10 volumes worth of material. And these 3 books is really, volume 1, a complete story, beginning, middle, and end, basically. And you got it there in one go. So this is a lot. And I know it's really, I said volume, but I really consider issue. And I really have 15 issues within a volume. So when I say volume, think about it, 15 issues of that size per volume in my mind.
So it's 15 times 3 if you keep releasing them in floppies like that.
Yeah.
Which is what I was going to ask earlier. Is like, since we are under the mentorship of George, just to make the relationship clearest, surely you have a compendium of the 3 in the works. In either a hardcover or a soft cover, everything in one kind of deal.
Well, that's something that I'm looking into. But right now I'm more focused on getting these 3 out and making sure everything's run smoothly before I start jumping into the next set of 3. But
baby steps.
But I do have it's not like I don't have it planned out. I do have planned it out to 10 volumes, so you're looking about by about 30 flop. No, let me see. You're looking about 15. So let me just do it so I can give you the amount of work that is
3
in
times
it.
15's 45 issues.
45 issues, and then times 10, and that's how much material I have.
Wow. Okay.
450. Yeah.
Holy smokers! Is that we're not talking
hitting Cerebus numbers now.
Storyline, or is this all segmented stories out? How are you breaking it out?
So like I said, these 3 issues is one issue in my mind because it's one complete story. So I break it. So I break it up into one complete story, and each complete story is 3 issues long. So, and then I have 15 of those stories per one volume in my mind. So you get so one complete volume down the line when I collect them for the first volume, it's going to have 45 issues, I believe. 45 issues for one volume for the first volume.
Now,
and then you multiply that by 10, and that's how much I've written out.
Wow, that's a lot.
I've got this crazy filing cabinet in the back since I was a teenager, full of ideas.
Yeah.
So the problem I have is it's not a problem. It's I've got all these things since I was a young man that's just been sitting there waiting to get out. So you'll see me trying to, like, I have Raquel over here. I've got Forsaken Future, but I'm trying to pick the direction, right, of where to focus. So I don't think I've gone that in depth to things. So that's really cool to hear that you've gone that far with it.
Yeah. So, and that's
when you talk about.
Go ahead.
Yeah. When you talk about an artist interpreting your work, where does the line get drawn on that? For instance, obviously the Immortal Masks design your work.
Yes.
This woman's jacket.
I write it down. Actually, the artist does not add anything that I don't put on paper. So this interpretation,
so your characters, whatever they're wearing, you're telling them what they're wearing.
Exactly. From the patches to the buttons to everything. They're just interpreting. They're not adding anything. If they add something, I ask them to remove it because that's not what I asked them to do.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Every single detail on the page, I'm looking at it.
Right. Yeah.
And because if I didn't write it, it's not in the panel. It's not there.
Out of curiosity, because this is something I've been exploring for the last 2 years, I'm becoming a better writer. What's your writing style? Like, how do you send it to the actual artist? Is it something like Stan Lee had a very, if I understand correctly, but Stan Lee's, it was very, it's like a paragraph almost, like, and he always said about working backwards from the end of an issue and then go to
Stan Lee's style was more like, hey, Jack, Spidey and Doc Ock fight at the bank the Ock just robbed, and the water tower explodes. Go with it. Whereas with Alan Moore, I read 10 pages of an Alan Moore script, and it defined page 1 of V for Vendetta.
So for me, the way I write it, for this one, I wrote 135 pages script. It had some paragraph to outline what the scene was about, and I put the dialogue. So basically, he could follow along the story and picture in his mind, and then just interpret what I wrote into comic version, and that's what I did.
Okay.
So it's basically a worded comic. I gave him a worded comic, and he just adapted that into the visual aspects.
And you even laid out the panels.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't even know. The panels I didn't lay out at all. I let the artist decide how he wants to do the panels. I just said it's story dense. Do not be chained to the industry standards of 3 to 5 panels. Think 6 to 9 panels, 12 if you need to. Do not limit yourself and let them go. And I said, because I trust you as an artist to produce the layouts. And he shows me the thumbnails, layouts, and I make any suggestions, or I say you're good, and it goes into the inks. It's a very easy, but it looks easy, but it was a lot of groundwork, a lot of bricklaying, foundational work that needs to be done that a lot of people don't really realize before.
No, that's exactly what I was saying earlier in the broadcast, how much work it is to do it. I can give you an example of the way I do it, which is a little bit, it's not industry standard either, but I can show the way it evolved working. I customize it to the artist, right?
Yeah.
So this is after I got the art back.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? I was really, at the start, I was breaking down a lot of things, what's in the foreground, and you know what I mean? And I provided, here's the, whoops. Here's the original sketch that I provided, but I didn't want him to follow. I always tell them, do your own thing. My thumbnails are for me. You know what I mean? They're the way I see things, but do your thing. You know what I mean? Because I want to see their interpretation of it before I go, no, not this. Redo this if you can. You know what I mean? That type of thing. But what I found this year that changed for me. So this is the way I used to do it. Is if now dealing particularly with David, all of a sudden you'll see a big change here. I've only got like a couple points on the screen now, right? I'm not writing out each frame. I'm still giving him my sketch as like very general guide.
Yeah.
But I'm only giving him a little bit of detail now. It's almost like I've taken the Stan Lee kind of way, I forget where I was reading about another guy who does it this way too, where it's just almost like a paragraph you give them per page.
All right. That's how Scott Capullo does it, where he tells his writers, don't get wordy, just tell me what you want on the page and I'll interpret what that situation.
And here's an example where I would take I wanted a character. Well, this is from the Hulk. I thought, what's this character going to look like? I thought back to the old original Hulk movie. I forget which guy did it. Not the original Hulk movie, but
that's William Hurt. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I remember seeing him on screen hunting the Hulk, and I was like, okay, well, this is the kind of character I want. So I gave him that light ideas instead of me going through the idea of making the character. I let him run with it. In this case, I'm like, I need this. It needs to be sci-fi, and over here. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to hear how we all do it separate, but yet we get to kind of similar ends in a comic book. It's cool.
Right. It saves you from the potential trouble of having your IP suddenly become a Netflix hit and somebody coming in saying, hey, part of that's mine because I added this.
Yeah. And that's the part that you have to be careful of is that where RJ, returning back to your question where you draw the line, fair pun intended, but it's basically the line is drawn when you add something that I didn't ask for. That's not written in the information I provided you.
I'm trying to find
you're able to interpret within that boundaries that I gave you, but the moment you start adding stuff and designing stuff or developing stuff, that's the moment I said no. Erase it, or get rid of it and just focus on what I want.
And it's interesting. So I only do that when we're talking about with characters that I'm not worried about as much. Like in this example, like they're not a primary character; they're just going to be showing up, and I want some kind of look. But I definitely do this. Obviously, the sketching, like I mentioned before, like here's the original sketch of John Liger, like that I showed earlier. Once I inked it and stuff, but you know what I mean. Like this, his character design when given to the artist is pretty detailed. I don't always get that back, but as you say, you would go back to them and then start that conversation and say, no, do it right. Right. Yeah.
Right. No, so, go ahead.
At what point in the development do you feel like you would gain the confidence? Because here's the thing. I have done several times where I've worked with artists and I have a vision in my head, and then the artist comes back with something and it's like really, really good, but it's not the vision I had.
Yep.
I do not have it in me to say, no, go back, because I look at that and I'm like, to me, since I can't do it, it's RJ, like, that's a ton of work.
Well, RJ, after I got the confidence the moment they said, I'll do the work, because I went through 333 artists to find the artist that I wanted.
Holy smokers.
And this is not because I'm very prickly or anything. It's because I asked either their schedule conflicted or
style. Even in their style.
Well, I asked them a simple question. When did you learn your volume and shapes? And a lot of those artists says, I don't know. What are you talking about? I already crossed those artists out, because if you don't know how to do volumes and shapes, you don't know how to draw anatomy well, and you don't know how to put them in sequential art form, and you don't know how to put them in perspective. People who knows volume and shapes, you can tell right away because it looks right, even if they're in their style, because volume shapes, will lend into it, compared to the other people who just do poses, but they don't know volumes.
Right. Well, there's I've dealt with a lot of artists over the years, and one of the biggest problems I had too is a lot of people think they're comic artists and they can't tell stories with their art.
Yeah.
Like, and that was always a hard balance. Like, wow, you'd be a great cover artist, you'd be a great pinup artist, but you got no idea how to transition stuff.
Well,
right?
and the other question I always ask is, well, show me a non-fighting scene, show me a calm scene, show me the person, riding a bicycle, reading a book, a quiet moment, and a lot of artists can't do that. So I had to cross them out, because that tells me that they're unable to do that either.
Yeah.
And
now,
the other
a lot
thing is
of creators, they look at sequential art and they think that that's the storytelling, sequential art. And yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But if you can, there are two people in all of comicdom that I think have taken full advantage of what the medium has to offer as a storytelling device. So I've read a few comics in my life. So when I say this, it's informed decision. One is Alan Moore, and the other is Jimmy Gownley, and the work he did on Amelia Rules. And when I say that they take full advantage, I mean that there are things in the comic book way of telling stories that you can only do in a comic book. One of Alan Moore's fortes is that he has a transitional style that when he goes from one panel to the next, he'll have a panel of text over the top, and it seamlessly goes from the panel you just left and also serves perfectly as an introduction to the panel you just went to. And you really can't tell which one it truly belongs with.
Right.
With things like Gownley, he had this scene in the Amelia Rules book, When the Past is the Present graphic novel. And they're sitting down. Amelia's a 12-year-old middle schooler. Her parents are divorced. She's sitting down with her mother. They're looking through old family albums. And, great grandpa's pictures were comic strips drawn in the Jim Scancarelli Gasoline Alley style. And then, grandpa's pictures were Blondie and Dagwood style. And then, they were all comic strips because she's a comic book character. And you could see the little stories that were word balloons and everything, even though you're looking at a photo album of family, and there wouldn't be word balloons. Well, further into the back of the book, as this thing starts to close, she's thinking back and she's pulling out all these different pictures in her mind that she saw, and you're seeing them again, a picture from this strip, a picture from this strip, and it's telling a completely different story as you're following the word balloons that came with it. And not only is it doing that, but you look back and you're like, yeah, that is the same panel. Yeah, that is the same panel here. The background of these panels draws the profile of Amelia's face. And, the whole point being that, all of these things in the past all culminated in you, in making you who you are. And I was like, you could not do that in a book. You could not do that in a movie. This is the only medium in the world that allows you to take advantage of
it. Which kind of frustrates. Yeah, which kind of frustrates me, because we see Japan with a boom over millions. We see South Korea. We see India. We see Europe, like Germany and France, with these comic booms, robust comic book industry. And then we come over here in the North America, and we're barely meeting out 50,000 when we used to do back in the golden years about 36 million copies.
It was a big business.
Yeah.
In some ways, we've been behind for a long time. If you think about, just a comic artist was never considered an artist when I was growing up. If you did comic art, it was like, a comic art. No one would ever give Jim Lee the respect he deserved, or you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, people went into comics to get a portfolio together so they could go into advertising.
Yeah, and then in France and all that, that's where all this stuff in Japan and all that. That's where these guys were artists, right? That's where they were treated with respect.
Which is kind of funny because they're copying our template. They haven't changed the formula. We've changed the formula, but they haven't changed the formula. So to speak.
Well,
yeah,
Japanese comics is pretty interesting.
It's based on Japanese comics is based on American comics.
But they're pocket sized, right? They're more meant to go in your back pocket.
No. There's different sizes. There's your regular comic book size. There's the anthologies. There's different version, but in the core of it, if you strip down to the essence of that comic book, it's the 1950s. They haven't touched that formula of comic books. Yeah. It's basically post World War II strips. That's where they learned it. You know, those era comics. They only appreciate that you're not limited to, hey, kids, it's family. These are family comics. And when I mean family, it's like Indiana Jones before they put it PG-13, restriction. It's before the Comic Codes Authority, because parents were afraid of, comic book. This is when, you had horror, you had all these different genres in comic books.
Yeah. And anybody, a 40-year-old man could read a comic book, enjoy the story, leave it on the coffee table, and not worry that his 10-year-old son was going to pick it up and read the same story.
Right. Yeah. And unfortunately, because of that Comic Code Authority stigmata, it warped the perception of comics just being kids only. Yeah. That's why video games, unfortunately has taken that vacuum where comics used to be, because it allows different expression of stories. And unfortunately, the ideas and stories of current comic is kind of stunted, so to speak. Because you're still following, I want to do a story that I read, but I didn't get the satisfaction of doing it. So I'm making an amateur version of that story, so to speak.
Yes. Well, that's what's happening with all the new writers is that you're getting all these writers who have not read comics before. They're not comics. It's like, what was it? And it shows so often. Some actress is an example of this, and she's not a comics writer. I get that. Yeah. But the meme went out today where she was like interviewed about books. She's like, Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter are great books for children to express their imaginations. And she went on to a couple of them. She ended with even books like Animal Farm can teach small children how to take care of animals and other creatures. Like, really?
Yeah.
you read that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. But you know what? If her political views aligned with Animal Farm, then then she's telling the truth.
That could be.
Maybe it was a different version of it. Maybe it was.
Yeah.
Well, there is a different version of it. I mean, when NBC did Animal Farm for television back around 2000, I was pissed.
Right.
Because I watched this show and I was like, yeah, this is Animal Farm. This is good. This is good. This is good. You know how Animal Farm ended in the NBC miniseries?
They all survived.
A new family moved into the farm to take care of the animals.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
You know what?
Friendly. TV friendly, right?
Waka waka waka.
Yeah, it was a mess. But back to my original point was you get these writers who've never written a comic before, never read a comic before. So like, well, I better read a comic. So they go back and they read comics of the characters they've been hired for, and they're like, okay, well, I read that story. That's the story I need to write. And that's why we're seeing everything re-frickin' cycled all the time.
Exactly. And myself, when I wrote The Immortal Mask, I had a story to tell, but also I wanted to read the stories, the good stories from the past, from the 40s, Doc Savage, the Phantom, the Shadow, Zorro.
Phantom.
The Spider-Man, the early days Spider-Mans. Not where it became meshed with the Clone Saga and then the Venom Mall and the Secret Wars. None of that nonsense. Even though they're going to say, "What are you talking about? Those are the best story." No, I'm talking about Peter Parker, struggling to keep meets ends meet and has to help his Aunt May, who's hospitalized because Uncle Ben passed away. He has to take care of the bills. He has those problems, and now he has to deal with Johnny Storm thinking he's trying to hook up with his girlfriend. You know, those kind of those kind of stories is
Peter
what
Parker was an idiot.
Of course, half of the mess he got into was his own hubris.
That's a teenager in the end.
He's trying to make ends meet by selling photographs of himself to a publisher who doesn't care for them.
Exactly.
When I'm like, dude, you just went home and whipped up a temporary stick-em glue that 3M would pay you $1.5 million for the patent.
Right. Yeah.
but
maybe go down the science lane of things a bit.
I mean, there's a lot of things that Peter Parker does that if he patented, he probably would be hailed as the next Edison. But because he's too focused on the superhero thing, he can't go beyond the realms of that.
Oh,
it's a teenager.
But I mean, it's a teenager. But today's comics, they don't allow him to grow up from being that teenager. Yeah. And if they do get him to grow up, then they have his arch enemy and possibly step uncle, Dr. Octavius, take over his body for that time being, or have him sell his likeness to a company and corporation so he can no longer be Spider-Man. Yeah. You know,
Barry Allen did the same thing.
Exactly.
And, I need to quick change into my costume all the time. So I can't wear it under my clothes. Let me whip up these chemicals here that will make the uniform shrink into my ring. And then when I expose it to air, it will, it'll come up. And that's just a convenience for me. Never mind the fact that I could say, hey, clothing manufacturer in China, you could ship like 35,000 times the number of clothes over here if you just shrink them down first. And then, pay me shipping fees.
I mean, he knows Bruce. I mean, he knows Bruce Wayne. Gosh, he could just go to Bruce Wayne and say, "Look,
what can you do with this?
Let's make money." Yes.
Yeah. At which point, good old Ray Palmer shows up and says, "Hey, look what I can do." And Barry's like, "Yeah, so."
Everybody can do that. Yeah.
I think Wilford's probably the businessman behind everything, though. Got to talk to Wilford.
Yeah.
I always joke around that. He knows all the Bruce Wayne knows all his villains' weakness because they all buy from him.
Oh. He's got some kind of dealings with them all. He's like, hey,
no. Bruce Wayne
didn't beat this Batman guy last time. Here's
the Acme Company.
Exactly.
There was a story in the Silver Age that addressed that specifically, and it was set in the tailor shop. And this tailor just provides all the costuming for everybody.
Exactly.
And Batman goes there too.
Exactly. Batman owns the tailor, so he knows. He's like, "Hello, tailor. I see that you need your suit repaired. Yes, but the real reason I'm here. They know that I'm the ultimate detective, but you're my informant from everybody because everybody talks to their tailor." Kind of deal. But seriously, that's kind of like the stories that I was going for with the Immortal Mask. Fun, exciting, old school stories that
I'm reading a lot of Golden Age stuff too now.
Yeah. And you're kind of amazed what they have in Golden Age stories. I mean, a lot of people got angry with Superman killing, and I'm like reading the Superman Golden Age, and he's throwing gangsters off roof and all that stuff. Captain Marvel as well, not which is just saying for those who are not aware, but I'm pretty sure everybody's aware, and all that snazz. And I'm like saying, we need to break out of that mentality that we've been stuck to since the Comic Code Authority. Even then, they're going to say, well, it's been lifted since the 80s, but we haven't grown past it because we only went from the silliness of comics to the grim dark of comics, but we haven't gone, we haven't mastered being fun again and being like, why don't we tell a story of Indiana Jones? Before George Lucas made it into a film, that could have been easily a comic.
I read a lot of good comics under the CCA. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not like pre-CCA old.
Right.
Every DC comic I read in the 1970s and the 1980s was written for a family level at all
Yeah.
levels. And it wasn't until, The Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen and, the whole Vertigo influx of things
Right.
where they're like, oh, this is what sells, more of this. Make what's already selling here fit this new audience. And to hell with the old audience is basically what happened.
And you notice that's the same thing that's happening today when we're railing against quote unquote wokeness now.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that these companies has done. Before it was, the straight-laced superheroes to the edgy superheroes. Let's get the edgy consumer and forget the old consumer because they pay more, whatever. Now they're doing the same thing.
Their audience, they switch their audience.
Exactly. That's why there hasn't been any growth.
Well, the thing about the Comic Code Authority is that it made storytelling that much more clever. Because people saw people were given a limitation of a roadblock, and they were able to create more clever stories.
And more innuendos.
The stories they weren't it wasn't much of a censorship. It was more of a, here's the roadblock that the government's imposing on you, and the writers and the artists, they just became more clever, and they took it up to a whole new level.
Right.
I did an interview with Michael Silberflight.
Spider-Man, was it issue 98? I think it was the
drug issue.
The drug issue, which didn't have the stamp. The Teen Titans drug issue. These are just very basics, but there was so much more. They had a death of Superman, death of Batman. Almost like once a year, and Neil Adams was doing the covers on just a standard issue. And everyone just picked it up, and there was no fanfare. It was just an amazing story, and you were hooked. And also, I'd like to point out something, because we're on this tangent. I put out a tweet where in my tweet it says, "Stop tracing, stop 3Ding, stop photography, learn how to draw. This is a false issue. As a professional, you do whatever it takes to get the job done. Photography, trace, 3D, traditional combo of disciplines, etc., etc., etc." I've had this conversation, I don't know, 30, 40 years with different artists and stuff like that, different people in the business, pros and amateurs and people starting off, and they basically, a lot of them say, well, you can't trace, you can't do this, you can't do that, and I come back to them and say, okay. Alex Raymond traced. Jack Kirby used photography in the Fantastic Four, right? And John Byrne used 3D in his books. So, what do you know that these professionals, giants in the business, don't know? And that's where the conversation ends.
Yeah. Conversation enders. That's why you're not invited this water coolers anymore, George.
You got a little band sign for the water cooler.
I drank the juice now. I'm into the juice.
Now, but when I hear "don't trace," it's like, I get some people are saying, "Hey, don't trace the 1992 model Ferrari going over a wall so that you can have a Ferrari in your script." When I hear "don't trace," though, I'm like, hey, don't trace John Byrne's X-Men and then change the colors. And say it's your original character.
Artists out there that are just tracing other people's artwork and poses and just.
No. I'm not talking about copying. I'm talking about like for instance, there was this comic strip
if you want
drawn by Alex Raymond, I think it was.
Yeah.
And the character Rex Morgan, I think it was Rex.
Rex Morgan, MD.
Yeah. So the comic strip was 4 panels. Okay, so he's getting on the moped, or he's walking to the moped, and then he's on the moped and riding away. Well, if you look closely, those are actually 2 completely different mopeds. What he did was he just went from my assumption is he just went into a swipe file, which they had back then. And they said, okay, here's a moped in this angle, and here's another moped in this angle. They're not the same, but so what?
Yeah,
it got the story done.
Right.
who's gonna know?
And your mind's eye, you just flow right over it. But if you actually go back in and you say, yeah, that's a moped. He traced it in this angle, and that's a different moped. He traced it, and it's going away.
Yeah.
And these are giants, man. These are the big guys.
You know, and normally I wouldn't advertise it, but I would say
Hey, William.
a good interview
No
happens to be with Kevin Smith, and you should listen to the Kevin Smith podcast with Neil Adams, especially because Neil Adams says everybody trace. It's a tool. Everybody trace. So, and this is from Neil. Yeah, and this is from Neil Adams. So if you can't take him credible as a professional, then I don't know who else you can take credible as a professional.
Yeah, it's become a confusing, subject. I
Right.
remember when I first started, I applied to go to college for graphic design.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted my portfolio, and they asked me about my portfolio before they ever saw it. I said it's not of real things, which was a strange thing for me to say at the time. But we're influenced by everything, right? But
Right.
I didn't go. What I meant by that was I didn't go around looking at apples and drawing them, and I didn't go around looking at buildings and try and copy them. It was all my stuff, So, but it was kind of a funny conversation to make me realize everything we do is really traced from our reality.
Yeah.
We were having serious conversations about how art is created, Renie.
Yeah.
I'm just watching the whole thing now at this point because I'm like, I'm like the guy who sits in the garage while everybody else looks at the motor. I'm like, it's a car. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's a car. It's a car.
Yeah.
Kick the tires. Oh, it's not flat. It can move. RJ, you have a car that actually works.
Yeah. I put here's what I know about cars. I put the key in, I turn it. If it goes vroom, it works. If it doesn't, it's broke.
Well, don't forget to put the gas. I mean,
I was gonna say maybe it's just the gas.
Yeah,
You gotta figure out where it goes in. Sometimes I just pour it all over the car, see if it sucks it up somewhere.
Well,
put some water in the radiator. Oh wait, not the new cars, but the old cars used to take water in the radiators. Spark plugs. Don't get me
back over.
Yeah.
Who am I looking at here, by the way?
Oh, sorry. That was my Forsaken Future 3. The reason I brought that up and I shared it was because at one point a while ago, actually when George was still on, we were talking about the Immortal Mask and that George was fixing some of the art at one point in the mask. And I think RC, you had asked about that too. Like, what do you do when the artist doesn't do what you want? And it reminded me of this, like in the Forsaken Future 3, in the frame there at the top particularly. The artist did these wings I didn't like, and I couldn't get him to fix them, and he didn't do the city that I wanted. Like I showed him the town, so I drew the wings here on the character's body of his art, and I redid the buildings and stuff. But anyways, I was just using it as an example of it's funny how you can kind of dig in and modify. But I think it turned out well. Like I don't think you can notice it's not the artist's work. It's kind of a merging of styles almost.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pops is under a pseudonym tonight. Okay. So he's in the chat watching. I sent you the link, Pops, but I sent it to your Facebook, so I thought the boss was going to pop in. I can't show both your artwork here since we're getting new viewers popping in. But
wait, Denali, can you give me a sec? I think I have Denali's commercial here. It's something that we've been playing in the front of every one of the movie nights. And do I actually have it? Son of a gun. Movie night intro. Got it. I think. Yeah. Okay. Give me a sec. Okay. Continue talking because it's going to take me a little while to set it up.
Oh yeah, suck up all the air, George.
Yeah.
Make it about make it about yourself.
I just looked over my other monitor and saw that I still have the Gotham 1919 book sitting up here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's actually true. I'm going to look into that book. Actually.
But no. But returning about it, it's basically the old school ways, the old school style. Just told just as a vehicle to tell my story. And I just had a lot of fun with it. Why reinvent the wheel when the wheel is there? And I can usher my stories in, and with the groundworks that I put in there, I can easily start moving forward with the other books, working on the other books and all that stuff.
Pops, I don't know what book you haven't opened yet. You might be talking to somebody in the chat. Probably, maybe Renie sent you a book and you're going to unbox it. But I stopped by a mailbox today and I dropped you a book in there. So you probably already got the email tracking information on it. But you'll probably get that Wednesday, Friday. Probably it's media and it's going to be picked up and started off tomorrow night because it's in a mailbox. Just how it goes.
Yeah.
All right, I found it. I'm sharing now. It's there's a lot of files in Denali's
that he stores on your computer.
Okay, I got to share this. Denali hasn't seen this, so this is brand new.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I declare false advertising.
There you go.
You know why I declare false advertising?
How come?
Because you had text on that wall that said crowdfunding soon.
Yes. Yeah. This is forward thinking. Eventually, Denali Brent is going to crowdfund a complete package of the Mono Mask, fully covered end to end. But that's a few years coming because there's a lot of work to be had. It's not just let's do the inks, let's do the colors, and no, there's the nuances of every page has to be approached. The color adjustments, all the details. It's a big undertaking, especially over 130 pages.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can only imagine. A question for you. That was 3D modeling, I'm assuming, in the him moving around and that. Where did you get the models done? Did you guys make those?
I made them. He supervised. It was really wonderful.
George interpreted the design.
Not only that.
Was there any back and forth, or was it?
No. There was no back and forth. No, there was no back and forth. It was a private StreamYard. It was a private StreamYard.
It wasn't.
Wait, give me a second.
It was Discord.
Yeah, it was Discord. Oh, that's right. It was Discord.
And I stayed there for the 8 hours that he was doing that.
Yeah, and he came to me. He came to me with sketches and said, "This is the Egyptian motif. This is the Egyptian pattern that should be on his helmet." And I literally modeled it as he's sitting there. And as I'm moving the shapes around, he says, "Can you move that piece over a little more? Can you move that piece over there a little more? Can you make this come out a little more?" And I'm going to share my screen now, because
I found the references. I found how I wanted it to look like, and then I used George as my hands.
And here is what we're actually talking about.
All right, this is insane. I've been trying to learn Blender for about a year now.
This is not Blender. This is Maya.
Yeah, no, just Blender's free, so it's a good place to start learning. But yeah.
So this is just a head. We're not even talking about the body. Okay, this is just a head. This is the work that was done on. Oh, wait a minute. Let's just bring it in.
And that's not just a design. That's a raised design.
There we go.
Almost embossed.
These lines that you see around, that's the light source.
Yeah.
So there's a particular illustration which requires for me to swap out the painted mask into boom, the actual on model mask. So I actually rotated it. I put in the paint, the paint values of that illustration, and you know what? Give me a sec. Brent, do you want to show just the cover of the Red Fury running, jumping at him?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, here, I'm going to share my screen right now, and this is going to blow your minds because this is what do you call it? Post work? Yeah, this what I'm about to share with you is called post work. And where's my share button?
Tonight's a technical CRoM Con. We're getting into the technicals of making comics.
We're talking, yeah, we've been talking about stuff. Well, I wish we had a show just about that actually sometimes. Just talk about how we do stuff, right?
Yeah. This is your master's class.
This is how much crazy level of details we're going.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, there's a game involved in this.
Yes.
A board game.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
Speaking of board game,
and look, see that mask? That is the angle that I rotated and rendered with the values of the lights coming in from the bad guy in 3D. Once I rendered it, then I composed it into the painting. Oh, by the way, all this is vector.
Oh yes,
all of that is vector right there.
Yeah.
Get out of here! No,
seriously. Okay.
You don't want George to bring up the pages.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'm a geek with this. I worked.
No, you don't want to see. You don't want to see the page of George's Joe King book where it's a desert landscape, and then he zooms in on a pinprick, and you can see the Buick label on the car that is that pinprick in the distance.
He's being generous. It's the whole truck. But this is the level of work, and you saw the 3D in the angle that the 3D was, and Denali said, I need you to put in the on model, mask into the painting. So I rotated, made sure the light source is correct in the 3D, and rendered it out, and then composed it. The illustration on the left is actually it's all 3D, except for the rain.
Yeah,
which is 2D.
Oh, here I would have thought that was okay. Yeah. All right, but it's still vector.
It's all vector.
Right,
in fact, you know what? I'll bring up.
Here we go.
Maybe I better not.
I'll bring up one of them. I
do need a second beer.
Poor RJ's like, no.
No, I've seen this before. This is like, I know there's art in here. This is like, okay, I work with artificial intelligence for my day job. I work with a lot of data scientists, and I'm seeing, how AI engines see things, and in Google Cloud, how Google recognizes what a cat is now after so many models have been iterated, and I look at his vector art. I'm like, yeah, this is what AI sees when it looks at something. I don't know how you drew this, but it comes out beautifully when it's printed.
All right, there's the. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna build out on this. All right, there's the 3D background. Again, Brent said, I need a warehouse. This is the floor plan of the warehouse. There's so many boxes I need.
Wait. What is in the boxes though?
I can't tell you.
It's top secret.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
No, they're right there.
We had that gag all night.
Yeah. Well, I can tell. Yeah.
Run on your own for a second, gentlemen.
All right. So there's the 3D of the background. There's one light source. These are wisp effects. There's the painting. Oh, by the way, we're talking vector. Are you seeing this now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. This is vector. This is
your mesh work. Wow.
Let's zoom in. You know, that this is what interprets. All right. So let's go back to.
And I think doing this, like I always wondered about this, because having a 3D model of something is so valuable, right?
But just understand, the 3D background is generated by one artist. The painting of this character is painted by another artist.
Sure.
All right,
sure.
and then the combination of all these elements is by another artist. So there's a team of artists that works for Brent Denali, and there's the logo. Again, it's all vector. and there's the immortal mask, right? Nice. And with the mask, just let's zoom in. You see, yeah. That's you see how it's rendered, so it has the same feel as the elements around them that are actually painted, right? Even though I showed you a 3D of it,
yeah.
And here's the wisp effects that are being put into.
Is that a type of brush or something in the 3D world? Is that what the wisp?
No, it's just a brush.
Okay.
It's nothing special. It's just meat and potatoes. Whatever came with the software. Nothing more, nothing less. And there you go.
Boom. It's nice. It's beautiful. I would have never thought that was vector when I first saw it. I thought it would have been more.
Yeah, and no one does. That's the beauty of it. I've been producing stuff like this for 30 years, 30 plus years, and people are going, "What? You don't use Photoshop?" No, I don't.
And of course, you told them that the beauty of using vector is that you can print this cover on a comic book or the side of the Chrysler building, and you don't lose any resolution.
Yeah.
If I'm buying Disney, I want the Immortal Mask on top of the Disney Kingdom Castle.
What is he doing up there? Is he eating something? What's he up to at the top there?
No, a large banner just going down.
Oh, big banner. Okay, I thought he was like literally standing up there like King Kong on a building. I'm like, is he fighting planes? Is he?
Well, that too. That could be an attraction. Remember the Indiana Jones MGM attraction? Gotta be surveying the city.
Yeah, I think in some of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies at the start when they did the Disney logo, I think one of them they put the pirate flag on the side of it and it was waving in the wind, right?
Yeah.
The Jolly Rogers.
Oh yeah, they've always done little
fun things,
thematic plays on the castle on the opening of some movies if they could do something to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll show you what I mean by when I associate the lighting. I'll just show you a very quick understanding of. Okay, so I'm going to change to say blue there, and the backlights, instead of yellow coming in, I'll do that. And let's see, that's blue. Let's change this yellow to red. Right, all of a sudden, the whole thing has a different different feel.
Yep.
And then if going even further, right, the ambient color, I can add more to the ambient color.
Almost like a hue saturation of it. Okay.
Right now, the ambient color was originally set to 5.5. So you're looking at just the overall, even the spotlight. As you can see, there's a spotlight here. I can actually change. Let's make this bigger. See how the nuances. Now you have a red on one side. And we'll do blue on the other side. Oh, that's a spotlight. Here you go.
If I could work with these kind of tools, I would be making so much porn.
There you go.
What? I'm sure there's already pre-made models for that. I think most models start off nude when you start working with them in some of these.
And just so you know, there is the actual model. There's the 3D mesh of the model.
Yeah, so this is so in Blender I was starting to get to the level, not this level of detail to it, but yeah, meshing things and playing with the objects. But it's so much work, right? I've always wanted to create the city from the Forsaken Future, New Washington. Over the years, I always wanted to create, and I've got some 3D rendered art of the city, but I've never finished actually seeing having somebody actually create the city. So I thought it would always be cool if you could zoom around it, or again, it might have value for.
Well, yeah, you know what you can do is go to Google Earth and you can rotate, go find the city that you want, take a screen snapshot, and then trace.
You know what's even better now? There's something called 3D Kit Bash, and they are amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, they are. I give away free stuff sometimes.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Good to be here. Hello, everybody. I finally made it.
So there you go.
That model looks cool.
Wireframe flat, and then
so much work.
And then with colors. And this is what Denali sweats over, the details, literally.
Right.
Now, I think you could take that and you could give it to somebody like a 6x6, and you're printing head-sized masks that you just slip onto your head.
That's what I started to think of, actually, because a lot of the 3D printer stuff, when I mentioned about it, a lot of it, there's a lot of mask stuff in there when you can download files. Yeah. Or get a luchador mask made of it, like a wrestling thing.
Renie, how you doing tonight? How's I'm eating. This has been a long show, and I started I had to run up before dinner and not eat.
I am good. I actually was just eating something as well. I ate like a muffin, and that's it because I'm so busy.
A muffin.
I
was gonna say, I've seen you post your dinners that you make. I'm like, I want to eat at her place sometime, but I will not do it without an invitation. I promise.
Right? Yeah.
Open her house
Thank
and just
you
kind of walk in.
for not just showing up uninvited like some people.
Yeah, that's happened. That's happened, Doran.
It has happened.
Okay.
Yep. No, things are busy, but
do you need a safe word?
Work is getting done. Work is getting done slowly but surely.
All right,
on Fiendish 2. Okay.
What you're seeing is. Oh, shoot! We have to go. Actually, Denali and I, we got the news nights at 10 o'clock. Okay, before we go, here's the raw file regarding the commercial that you saw.
Yeah.
And this is all the 3D.
What's the square part? Oh, that's just a poster or something on the wall behind.
Yep.
It, maybe?
Yeah,
that's the poster that you look at it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
There you go. So when I just hit play on this is just in graphics movement.
Right.
So we know everything's where it's supposed to be. All those lines that you see that's near his head, those are the controls for the face. All the lines around his wrists and stuff, that's controls for the hands and whatnot.
And this is Maya. Okay.
Yeah.
I just get jealous of thinking of the way, again, and I think George, you were showing some of it earlier, like the way it used to be, right, for animation and how manual it was, and it's a spoiled generation almost. I wish I was young again to go through this. I don't wish I was young. I guess I learned so much on my own, but to learn all this stuff, and I'm still learning, Blender and all that, but. They have all these tools like this now. I wish I had this when I was a teenager or early 20s.
Well, I'm sorry to break your bubble, but the disciplines that you see here, that Denali is doing with his book and stuff like that, they have been around a lot longer than we have existed.
Oh yeah.
The whole production on the Immortal Mask is as close to an animated movie as you can think of.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. It's just that the tools are there to do this.
No, they existed. It's just that they haven't been packaged up in one place.
Right, exactly. But that's what it takes is all these, like having a model to work with right off the base. For instance, when you go into these tools, or some of these sculpting tools that are just as you just did, you just turned light on. When I was a teenager drawing, there's no way to turn light on, right? The graphic softwares were at such a start, and I worked on some of these graphic softwares, but even rendering light was such an such an amazing thing now that you just flick a button and you can switch its angles and switch around. It's just phenomenal.
Oh, by the way, the Immortal Mask exercises gun safety. You can see his figure's not on the trigger.
And you know what I learned when shooting guns? You got the right thumb. When I tried to shoot a gun for the first time, I put my thumb up in the air behind it, and the guy quickly grabbed a hold of my hand and said, "Do not do that. That will break your thumb because the top part's going to shoot back."
Yeah,
that's right.
Never mind.
That's right.
Surprise.
That's right. That's right. So there you go. You got an impromptu behind the scenes look at the 3 years that Denali has been producing the Immortal Mask.
And it's getting ready to release all 3 issues.
Oh, by the way, that helmet there, right above the pitch, that's the same file. That's the same 3D. It's rendered as line art.
That's the cool thing about the 3D is that in George's book, Joe King, the spaceship is 3D, and he just has to camera into it to any of the seats or rooms or whatever, and then it's like, okay, stop there, and then put his characters in the seats or at the consoles or doing whatever they're doing. You don't have to redraw the ship all the time.
Yeah,
Give me a sec.
Now he's going to bring it up.
Well, now that you said it, at least I can show people an example.
All right.
See, this is what people are going to do. Renie's
George,
going to start making the 3D
we gotta leave. We gotta leave.
All right.
We gotta show.
Last thing.
We gotta show the.
Okay. Too much light. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay, so they're inside the spaceship. She's relaxing on the seats. Obviously that's the spaceship, right? Here they're getting comfortable inside the spaceship. Everything, this character, and this character are drawn. The rest in the shot is 3D.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. just like right here. Everything here is 3D except for the
I always wanted to. This is where I was trying to get to years ago, and I stopped because it was so much effort.
Oh, okay.
But once you have the pieces, right, as you say, you can put people in the ships, you can put them out, you can let them around the city. In my case,
right here. Drawn. Everything else is 3D. Right there.
Impressive. Yeah.
So, drawn, of course, the cover.
Yeah.
And okay. Here's a perfect example. Drawn. This is not 3D. This is AI generated.
Oh.
That is AI generated. The ground that he's on is AI generated. I've also used AI generated elements in the book. In fact, that particular piece is, where is it?
Okay, now it's getting terrifying. This whole AI is going to be drawing your comics.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're giving it too much power.
Some of the AI drawings I've seen have been really, really good.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's why it's terrifying.
Yeah. You look at video games and how they can do it. Why couldn't you make comics like that, right? You know what I mean? And then you have to keep redrawing the same character. He looks consistent. But again, does that ruin some of the feel of everything, right?
Yeah, it's not the same.
So there you go. AI generated. What's on? Everything else is drawn. So there's so many tools available to you. You can do, like I said, you can do photography, 3D tracing, everything to make your illustration work. And why? Because, like I said, the giants in comic books, they use photography, they traced, they use 3D long before we even knew the concept existed in the production of the books. It's amazing. Jack Kirby, he used photography. John Byrne, he used 3D. Alex Raymond, he traced. And look, and these guys are the giants of the comic books, the comic book world.
Do what they do.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the thinking. The thinking's already done for you. Just
they say
just do.
Wisdom is standing on the shoulders of others was a saying I once heard. Don't be afraid to stand on the shoulders of someone else's.
Yeah, well, even Einstein said we stand on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah, exactly. And if you understand what has come before you and what they have accomplished, your productive production or your productivity is more efficient.
Yeah.
You don't have to rethink it. You don't have to try to create something. It's like it's already done. The thing is already done. Just look at what the past has done and incorporate it into your production.
Don't reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, don't reinvent the wheel. There you go.
So at that, RJ, Doran, Renie, thank you for having me and showing off the Immortal Mask. George.
Yeah. I'll see you at the George channel on YouTube where we do that's where we shill.
Cool.
we do the daily news. We catch you up in 1 hour. We do a nice tight roundup of the daily news every night at 10 o'clock, and it's a lot of fun.
Except for Fridays and Saturday, because that's when we're doing the Friday night and Saturday night movie roasting. So the news get pushed back.
Yeah.
But
they read the internet, so you don't have to.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's always an adventure.
Cold Notes version of it.
Yeah. So you look it up on my YouTube channel, George Perotta. You'll see Joe King's Adventure. That's our news night. And why we call it an adventure? Because I swear, it's sometimes we get the news from everywhere, not the left, not the right, but everywhere. And the stuff that we're presenting to you, sometimes it makes you laugh so much it's ridiculous.
I laugh because it's so scary.
Yeah. All right, take care, everybody.
All right, later, George.
All right,
Hey, guys.
Hail Comicsgate, hail the chat, hail the panel.
This Comicsgate thing I never understand. I'm so new to this online thing for a couple of years. Everybody says Comicsgate all the time. Is it like some kind of hail of some sort?
Oh,
Hail?
Okay, we're starting a whole new show now.
This is new. All right. I guess y'all are staying.
Renee, tag, you're it now.
It tagged me. Now it's my turn. All right, I'm in.
Hey, Renie. Oh, man.
Hi, RJ.
You have had an adventure.
I've had an adventure. I've had several.
I know. I mean, I've been watching. I was like, I bet if Renie had a time machine, she'd go back and say, you know what? Black and white. It's black and white.
Yeah, you're right. I would have been like, well, the book was gonna be black and white. We're fucking sticking with it. Pardon my language.
Because ever since you went to color, that's where
everything went downhill. And the black and white books fulfilled on time, because that was the original plan. Yeah, and then I decided to color, and then everything was like, well, it pushed back the schedule, and then also like the printer, just like, problem after problem after problem, and now I have like too many books to ship. And anyways,
I hear you. I've got one guy that I'm sitting on boxes of books here. He told the printer, he's like, hey, here's my one cover A. I need so many of these. And he said, in cover B, I need so many of these. And cover B was like, the standard cover.
Yeah.
And cover A was the alternate.
Yeah.
They flipped the numbers.
Oh, no.
Well, technically, he flipped the numbers. He got it wrong.
Oh,
so they said, okay, well, we'll fix it. What happened was he flipped the numbers back the right way. So they sent the right number of alternates and the right number of standards, not the differential of what would have come, but the whole thing all over again.
Oh my god.
So we got books coming out our ears on this one.
Yeah, this is why I always like triple confirm the numbers. I haven't had problems like that, though. I've had other problems, like a huge amount of damaged books, like hundreds of damaged books that apparently somehow the printer didn't catch, and then they were refusing to fix it for the longest time, which is great.
Man. And I know what that's like, because I've seen stuff from the same printer that comes in bricks. It's shrink wrap bricks, so it's not like you go through every single book right there in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, I opened like a couple of boxes to just check, like, is this what I ordered? Do they look like books? Okay, well, it looks like, and I open a couple of boxes and it looks fine, and then and then
you get several boxes in.
Yeah, then I get several boxes in, and I realize, like a lot of these books have dents on them. Then I go through all the boxes, and I realize like something like 60% of the books all have a dent on the cover. And then it took me a few days to like find out there was an issue, and then sort out and get a view of how big the problem was. And then I got people yelling at me on Twitter like, well, why didn't you notice it on the loading dock? It's your fault that you were lazy. You didn't see the damage. I'm like, fuck. Oh,
yeah. I had a guy send me his books, and I'm just like, I make sure the corners aren't folded or anything. I'm not your editor. I'm shipping the books.
Yeah.
And he calls me up before I get the first one back. He says, I need you to look for this. And what had happened was it was a perfect bound book, not saddle stitch. So it didn't get bound in the machine. It was like, here come the pages, and then they put that in the cover, and it gets glued in. Well, every now and then, totally random, they glued the pages in backwards.
Oh,
no! What?
So they had a stack of pages, and they glued the wrong end in. And it was like, it's like, this is the front page, this is the front. Oh, that's the back page. Don't ship that one.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
And sometimes it's so, as you say, it's so hard to get a response from them. So when I got when I got Raquel, the collector's edition, this isn't the collector, the corner on 10 of them, there was only 100 of them like it was a limited print, right? It's a collector's edition. But 5 to 10 of them all had these smashed corners on them, and I didn't catch it, right? So it was it's just this little corner on the back, but it's a collector's edition, right? Once you look at the back, you see the number, and you're going to go, So those became my demo models that I would show people. And, if I was giving away copies, I was like, you have to kind of adapt, right? And go, okay. Yeah.
Sure. Make lemonade out of those lemons.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's large numbers, so hopefully they fix all that.
Oh, yeah,
but you got everything taken care of.
Yeah, well, they kept on saying they don't have paper, which I actually do believe now they don't have paper.
No,
and I'm like, well, if you're a printer and you don't have paper, then stop taking jobs. Like, why?
Fair
or
enough.
just give me a refund, because like I managed to move some of the damaged books, but I had to sell them at a discount. So I'm like, well, all I want is you to fix this or a partial refund. And they were like, we're not refunding you. And then I let my customers know, and that kind of got out there. And then I didn't want to do this, but I kind of had to just tell people this printer is the reason that my campaign is being held up. And once they realized their reputation was on the line, they started being really polite and responded to me and said, we will fix this right away.
Yeah, well, they were having issues with more than just you too. So there was a PR campaign being formulated there saying, okay, we need to fix stuff.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, I don't like going that route, but sometimes there's only one way to get things done.
Yeah, that's to stand on your soapbox and start speaking and start yelling, right?
Yep, that's what
stand on the roof and play your fiddle.
It's the way of life. Sometimes, yeah. I know there's a couple printing companies I worked with early on that did some bad. Anyways, they did some bad prints, and then they did bad cutting. Particularly on the Forsaken Future #1 from the sign, it was corner cut. Like the frames weren't square at the top, and they tried to blame me for it. I'm like, dude, I got. Were you saying I'm not that intelligent enough to create I told him, I said, I'm a graphic technician by trade. You know what I mean? I've done this for 20 years. You know what I mean? I know how to make something square. And they said, oh no, it's in your PDF file. I'm like, oh, I don't see how that's possible, but show me the PDF file. And then they just went quiet. They never responded.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's terrible. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, thankfully, I think now I found a second printer, and they've been wonderful. So I'm gonna stick with them. I'm like, you are my people. I will stick with you. But it took a whole lot of BS to get here, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a printer to work with me. And I know I don't publish comics, so why am I doing that, right? But we do this fulfillment thing, and where we've got international shipping. Everybody's starting to talk about it now because it's getting me busier, and I'm always trying to think of what's the next step. And the next step is, hey, what about if I had an international printer that none of you guys are using that can print the same size? Because I've seen their page trim, for one thing, because I have printed books through them. Shill Time, we've done The Devil You Know better. It's the follow up to The Devil You Know. and we're doing a hardcover version with this printer. Mike Barron and Hart Fisher are going to be signing it. It's on the Indiegogo. It's got 5 days left. I'll put the link up in a second. And it's not going in demand. But I saw that they had a trim size that was exactly to the millimeter comic book trim size. There's only one reason you do that. So I'm like, send me a sample of something you did 22 pages or 28 pages where it has to be saddle stitched. And I want to see the colors and everything. And if that comes through right, then I'll be like, why don't, instead of, if somebody wants us to distribute, here's an option. Why don't you send us your print file? And then this company's international. So it's not like they'd farm it out to mom and pop's little printers or with different quality. They're the same machines in all locations all around the globe. And I'd say, okay, printer, I need you to drop off, 300 copies to our Australia hub. I need you to drop off 100 copies to our UK hub and send, 300 to me. Now they're all domestic shipping within, that's much easier than me.
I didn't even know that there was any large printing companies like that. It's like basically
know of one particular, but I won't say in case it's the one that. So I'm in the printing industry originally. I went to school for that, and I could run the big printing presses like the newspapers you see in the movie, or the little tiny printing presses and all that stuff. So I know my way around there a little bit. I was a pre-press technician, so I would be the guy who would have got my comic book files or your comic book files, and I would have been the one who would be checking them, fitting them, and then putting them on for the press. So back in the day, that's what I was doing for a little while, and went to school for.
Skills, in this business.
Well, it was all building up to this though, because I was a teenager creating comics, right? So all my skills in life, I became a web designer, tried to evolve with the industry as I went. But I think I know maybe who he's referring to, maybe. But you're dead on right in the sense of, if you can get, like I had the same problem because I'm in Canada, right? I don't. How do I get him to the States easier? Because the duty and all that stuff. You hide the duty at that point, right? And that's where but I don't have a large enough quantity in my case. But someone who does, I could see that big value in that, printing them local and getting them out.
Canada's been my big bugaboo with shipping. And it's because I found out the hard way that Canada is not a country.
It's a Commonwealth.
It's a dominion.
It's like, what the hell?
Dominion.
I thought y'all were independent.
I always thought we were a country.
Well, here's the thing.
What did we do?
What's wrong with
Australia, you guys? Like with Australia, I send all the books that are going to Australia to our hub in Melbourne. And then Melbourne breaks them down and sends them throughout the country at domestic shipping rates. I tried to set up a hub in Canada. Still got a hub in Canada. I mean, technically.
Oh, we got more rules than a.
It's in Ontario.
Yep.
That works great if all the books are going to Ontario. As soon as they go to Newfoundland or they go to St. John's, it's like international shipping all over again.
Because Canada's
such a big country, they try to.
But America is like, we're just as big, and we like media mail here is like freaking.
We have all these
stupid
rules.
It's like it's
different.
I'm sorry, but you guys do have a lot of weird laws and rules.
Yeah, even our healthcare systems and our we're different. I remember when I went to the States for the first time, and I was in Boston, and I didn't have to pay provincial. I think it was Boston. I didn't have to pay like provincial sales tax or something. Like I'm like,
what is
there's
a
no
provincial
state sales tax?
Sales
we're getting
tax?
Taxed everywhere. What are you talking about?
You have a provincial sales tax?
So we have a provincial sales tax. We have a federal sales tax, and then we have something called a GST. Which goes on.
What is that? Paying the crown or something?
Yeah, not the crown. But you're paying the government.
Provincial tax.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
And then they have all these other taxes. They probably have this in the States. Maybe you used to see our gas taxes. So the province and the government take, every time you sell fuel for forever, you buy fuel, they're taking a tax off that, an additional tax. You know what I mean? Like,
there's
that's how we build our roads and have our healthcare system that the world loves, right? How do you have free stuff? There's no such thing as free.
Yeah, so much free stuff. Yeah.
Best way to get free stuff is to pay for it.
I mean, we still have too many taxes for my liking, but it's not as much as Canada, definitely.
Yeah, Canada shipping is like, if you were in, like I'm in Arkansas, and I was like, okay, well, media rate is $3.86 to anywhere in Arkansas, but as soon as I try to send it to Kansas, it's like, oh no, it's $10.15 now. Like, That's what it's like shipping to another province in Canada out of another province.
Yeah.
The funny thing is we have these what's called an oversized document, which is how I did all my comic stuff, which is only supposed to be $6, and that's everywhere. But it's to 500 grams. You go 1 gram over that, and you're into a whole world of like, that's the problem I had with my Kickstarter, right? You're in a whole other world. So you're going to 501 grams? Mm-mm.
In Canada,
pop that up to almost 20.
Canada's the only country I ship to where I'm like, I bundle everything up, I ship it to one place, and they say, yep, we're going to take a look inside here and see how much money we can charge you now because,
for your duty?
Oh, I know you paid shipping. I know you paid shipping. I know it's marked as a gift because technically the person you're sending it to did not buy it. They're just going to resend it to the people who did buy it later. They're a reseller. But, UPS will ring me up and says, yep, you're on the dock. You need to send us another $27. Why?
Oh God.
Well, because we're shaking you down. That's why.
Oh God, I'm so glad.
So there's two ways that works too, is that they can go after you for it, or they can come after us when we get it. Say I was the one who was getting the comic book, right? You know what I mean? I had the company that I used for the printing actually kind of screwed me over. So there was a paper shortage in Canada, so they printed. I wanted to get it printed in Canada to avoid the border and all that stuff. So they had the paper shortage in Canada, so they printed it in their American office and then shipped it to Canada. All of a sudden, I had the duty charge of like $100 extra on my comics. I'm like, what's going on here? This is supposed to be printed in Ontario, right? And then it's like an extra $100, and then they had to explain, oh no, we put it over the border to the States, and it can't. That's all our fault, right? We'll pay that. It's like, okay.
I was. Apparently, spot gloss is like nobody's doing spot gloss right now, and I was like looking everywhere for someone to do spot gloss, and so I was going to go with Mixam again to resolve I had a shortage of books because of the damaged books, and they did the print run for my black and white books. It turned out really well, but all of a sudden they were just saying they couldn't do spot gloss or. But they said they couldn't by default, but if I contacted them, maybe they could set me up. And so I gave them my quantity. I told them, spot gloss on the title and all this stuff. And they're like, okay, we can do it, but we're going to have to ship it out to Canada, and it's going to cost more. I'm like, how much more? And they're like, it's another $3,000.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Man, that reminds me. Yeah, so I tried to get a foil cover done. I want to get a foil cover done, and I thought I could do it. And I've seen a couple publishers that do it, but it's like if I went with, I think it was Maxim, I talked to them, and like, oh yeah, but you have to buy like 500 copies, and it's going to cost you. I'm like, what? It's supposed to be a limited print. There's only supposed to be like 100 of these. I can't do a collector's edition that's 400 issues. That doesn't make sense to me at all. And then the price, as you say, goes through the roof, right? It's like,
it's absolutely insane. So I'm like, I don't know if it's because I managed to find a printer in America to print those books, and it did not cost me an extra $3,000. So I don't know what the problem was. I think it was because it was done in Canada.
This is my favorite new website here. This is a map of the world.
Canadian taxes.
This is the International Publishers Org, and you just hover over whatever country you're shipping to, and there's the standard VAT, 10% on stuff.
I wish. I wish.
And then but look at the next one. This is the special VAT for books. 0, none. Canada, 5 to 15% plus provincial sales tax. Special VAT for books, 5%.
So the way it works in Canada, and I grew up in Nova Scotia, that little peninsula on the right side underneath Newfoundland. The problem is the poorer the province, the more they tax you, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Right?
We want to take more of what we know you ain't got none of.
Yeah, we were already. That's why I left Nova Scotia. One of the reasons why I'll retire back there. But it's just crazy to think because they're poor, we're going to take more of your money. To make your roads and to do your. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
But I love this when it comes to calculating the VAT taxes because hey, guess what? A lot of people don't know. If you make this is why when you fill out your customs forms, you've got to have the right number that describes your item, and it's wood pulp basically, and you I forget what it is now because I don't have to remember it. It's automatically programmed into my pirate ship form, but that they read that tells them what they charge, and that's why almost nothing comes back to me with a VAT applied to it, because most countries put 0 on books. And this is
We
why
even
it's
had a
important
rule.
when you.
You'll find this interesting about books. We have something called chapters up here. I believe you guys have Barnes and Noble, like big retail bookstores. They had trouble getting into Canada. I actually worked with the first large format one called Chapters, but Barnes and Noble couldn't own any part of it as much as they want, because in Canada we had protected the rights of books. So we didn't want outside influences in the book world of this large publisher coming in, like this large distributor of them, I should say, coming in. Was protected under law at one point, that you can't do that. So they couldn't create these Barnes and Noble type stores here because you could influence our society. You know what I mean, with your books.
You guys are weird.
God forbid.
No, I didn't make the rule. I just found out about it because I worked at the bookstore, and I worked for the first time they started to give up on those laws, right?
Do you only get like 10% of the URLs available on the internet?
No, but it's funny because we go to Netflix, what shows you in the States is different than what's in Canada.
Yes.
And I went over the border and I watched something and I came back and I couldn't finish the series. I was like, hi.
Oh, wow. So are you sure you're in Canada and not China?
It's not that bad.
They both start with a C and end with an A.
They'll tell you it's for your own good.
Oh, yes.
It's China.
Yes.
But
there's some strange stuff.
I had
You're
a
not
thought,
there
and I
yet.
can't remember what it was.
We're working on it.
But this is also the thing to keep in mind if you're running a campaign you're like, hey, I've calculated my shipping, and then you're like, oh, but by the way, we're going to put a T-shirt on there.
Yep.
Okay, well, the T-shirt weighs a little bit more.
Yeah.
You're no longer media mail, and guess what? You're no longer a 4901 VAT code. You're 4901 plus. You put some textiles in there. That's going to cause a VAT to be applied.
Right.
I decided I'd be cool and put these thick covers on 110-pound stock.
Yeah.
I didn't think about the weight it added to the comic when I did my original shipping. The 3 of them together was enough to put me, if you had all 3 comics, that my shipping was off and I lost money. Right. So it's amazing what can balance you off just a little bit. But again,
you know what? You weigh your books and you're like, this is what they weigh. And this is, what I'm going to charge for the shipping based on that. And guess what? A Gemini mailer plus a board plus a bag plus a label plus some tape weighs 5.7 ounces, which is nearly half a damn pound.
Yep.
I put it right in the Gemini mailer when I weighed them first, with bags and boards, comics that I had that were similar.
I did the opposite. I put the Gemini mailer and I put a bag and a board in it, and I weighed the Gemini mailer that I'd already opened. I got in the mail, so it was like already taped and labeled and stuff. I'm like,
you did
there's my core. Always add that to anything.
Okay.
Yeah, for US it's not really a big deal, but overseas it's oh my gosh, it's down to down. So I'm like, well, the book's already printed, and I use really thick paper because I want the books to look good, and then I'm being fucking punished for it. And I even gave Canada shipping a discount because I didn't know about this when I first set up the campaign. I was like, oh, it's Canada. It's we're so close. It can't be that much more. I'm an idiot.
The government just sitting there sneaking out behind you.
I know. It's like we're friends, right? No, we're not. Apparently. Yeah.
Where's your wallet? Kind of taking your wallet with the other hand.
Really great friends. Really great friends.
Yeah, what you need is a great friend in Minnesota who can just drive your books over the border and then post them there.
I thought, I'm only an hour away from the border, so I thought about going over and mailing.
I didn't
have a large enough quantity to worry about anything like that.
I'm going to ship my books to Malin.
But I would have got snagged at the border of Canada. They said, why would you be going over?
I'd be like, hey, Sim, can you go meet someone at the border and get to...
I'd have to smuggle them underneath the car like they do drugs, right?
The 656 guys do that. They drive into Houston and mail stuff in the States.
Of course they do.
Yeah. But at the border, you're supposed to I'd have to lie at the border and declare why you have to declare why you're going over the border into the States, right?
You're visiting your friend.
Well, I could say that, but if they look at my car and see a bunch of Gemini mailers all over the place, they might be a little bit like,
I'm going shopping. What are you shopping for? Postage.
Just put them in suitcases.
Right. Oh, suitcase.
Yeah. Big jumbo suitcase. Just be
I'm pretty sure dogs can't smell. Like they have those dogs that detect the drugs.
It's just books, dude. It's fine.
Our cardboard sniffing canines have said
that. Right.
I know.
They're set to correlated.
We're searching for banned media.
You're doing something that's so bad that the world has to stop you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not like the guy who got arrested in the UK today. And I say today, I saw the meme finally today. I saw the little news clip. Guy's being arrested. Why is he being arrested? Because you posted something on social media that caused somebody anxiety.
Oh God, the UK is like its own special hellhole as well. Like, what is wrong with this country?
Wow.
It's like in the UK, if you say something mean on the internet, the police are all over you. And in the US, you can raise the city to the ground and the police just look,
Pretty much. Yeah, and as annoying as it is, I'd still rather be in the US. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy all over.
You probably saw our trucker convoy. That was right in the city I
well,
live
who
in.
didn't?
Yeah,
We all heard it, too.
that's in my city, right? That's where I live.
Yeah.
Just on the edge of that. So yeah, that was crazy. There's Canadians being too nice. We let them sit for too long. It happened in France, and in France they shut it down like within hours, and the news barely talked about it because France said, "No, ain't gonna happen over here." We saw what happened in Canada, right?
Canada.
So how are things going on Fiendish 2? I mean, you're plugging along even with the travails of Fiendish 1 plugging your tail there.
Fiendish 2 is going well. I mean, let's see. The inks are like half done. About quarter done. Well, not quarter. Yeah, quarter done with the colors. So, I mean, I'm really busy now. So I'm like, I'm already halfway done with the ink. So it's pretty good progress. I'm more than ready to launch, but I don't want to launch until I finish shipping the first book, right? I have to do right by my customers. Yeah, I'm not gonna launch it before people have book 1. So
they'll jump on you.
Yeah, and also like it's not just that. It's like it's just not right, and I know it. So, and I don't want to be like promoting book 2, and also I'm still dealing with fulfillment. Like, listen, I need to do one thing at a time. So. Yeah, but I'm kind of using the time to like perfect book 2. I'm streamlining everything a lot more this time. Like, I know what I'm doing. Like, I thought I knew what I was doing with book 1, but I clearly didn't because I ran my art book campaign as like this test campaign, but I had like 50 backers. So that was not really a test because this time I had 1,300 backers.
Oh man!
So it's a complete different game.
Good job, though. Yep. Like, you gotta be proud of that.
Thanks.
My friend Corey, when he went from, I think it was 50 to 400 with Sister Mercy, I was talking to him about that right now. He's fulfilling right now. I said, I don't know if it'd be so hard to sit there and package everything. Like, God bless, RJ and what he does, right? You know what I mean? It's a lot of work.
Let me tell you the first step in all that, because Renie, I don't know how you fulfill, Doran, I don't know how you fulfill, but I guarantee a lot of these first-time people, they get their spreadsheet, and they're like, what's the first guy get? Okay, he gets this. Make one of these. He got this book, tape it up, type in the label, print the label out, slap it on, put it over here. What'd the next guy get? I don't do that. I didn't spend 35 years in IT data processing for nothing. I've built my own database translation for Kickstarter and Indiegogo, and I don't care what tier you bought. I don't care where you live. I don't care what your backer number is. I interpolate everything together, and I spit out one row per unique mailing address. And if one person got a tier that had all 5 items, and the next person bought 1 item and then backed 3 more things that made them get the same 5 items as the guy above, I don't know how they got the items. I just know that 10 people are getting these 5 items. Make 10 blind boxes of these 5 items, stamp them A, and set them to the side. And then I print all the labels at one time. I get a 200 book order. I got a 3-day turnaround. I get the data processed the first night. I get them boxed up the next day. I get paid that night when I say, okay, here's what the postage is. And then I print all the labels out, and they go out in the mail the next morning. So
nice.
That's
the way it goes. And I'm like, it's a side job. It's not my day job. I work as I work with data scientists for the day job. So it's a side hustle. Like, I get a good order of like 200 books. That's like a car payment, the money that I make off of it. And it's like, that's not bad. And I see people like Tug open up his garage, says, hey there, just took delivery of 18,000 shipments today. I'm like, that's quit my fucking job money.
I know. I mean, I don't know how some people with these huge campaigns do all the fulfillment. I mean, they must have like an army of like all their cousins.
I've seen some pictures and videos of it, but it's insane. It's like their garage is taken over, kind of like what you're talking about. With it's like
yeah. Like right now, my shipping room is my guest room, so it's just a giant mess of boxes. But it's like it's more about having extra hands. Like you need people to help you.
I did it all myself, but I didn't have a large number. That's why. And I was again career-wise, I was a shipper receiver for probably 5 years of my life. You know what I mean? So I'm used to doing that type of stuff, but still, I felt like I was going to miss something all the time. And I set everything up nicely on the table, kind of like behind, this is next to this is next to this. Oh, what did this person get? Kind of like you were saying, I didn't have your spreadsheet, right? So I had to do it by what did they get? And I didn't even find the Kickstarter had that great of a way to tell me that. I ended up going back to I went back to my friggin' my display, and I literally put up my own rewards, and I don't even have an easy way to see that. And I was like, it was just a kind of like, okay, this person got this person.
And here's the other thing that that causes people issues with their campaigns, in that they don't set up their items uniquely. Had this happen with one, and I had to work there. I actually had to pay attention to the tiers and edit their spreadsheet before I went in, because they're like, here's the book. It's SKU number 1. Oh. If you want the book, here's you get the book. It's SKU number 1. Oh, here's a tier where if you want the book, it's going to be autographed if you buy it this way. What are we going to put in this tier? Well, the book. It's SKU number 1. So there's no differentiation.
Yeah, the spreadsheet. You have to realize that when the packing list is generated from Indiegogo or Kickstarter, it has to say exactly what goes in there. You can't be going back and double checking with the campaign.
And I made it even worse.
Not the same as a plain book, even if it's the same book. It's a new SKU.
Yeah.
And they learned.
I made that. I made the mistake. I don't know if it was a mistake, but again, it was low numbers. I put in the survey, you want me to sign things, right? So that added another layer of, I got to go check to make sure did you sign yes or no.
You get that option.
And
so you get item and then you get option.
So but then I had to go figure that out on top of the fact that it's not already telling me the proper information in the first place, right? Then you have to double check back. Did I sign this? Did I not? Some people don't want it signed.
And I had to learn lessons too. When I first started working with Kickstarter stuff, and thankfully this didn't happen but once, and we caught it. But Kickstarter says, hey, this person ordered item 1, item 2, item 3, and they'll make as many item columns as you had items. And then they will say, add on this one, add on this item, and add on this item. They do not mean take all these items and add on these items. They mean out of these items, these were add-ons. I'm like, I don't fucking care. Just tell me what I'm shipping.
Just tell me what it is.
So like we were taking, the 5 items, and then the 2 that were add-ons, we're adding them back on. We're making 7 items when they only ordered 5. So we caught that, thank God.
That's a problem.
Could have been bad.
God, yeah.
The things people don't think about, right? When I started this and going to Kickstarter a couple of years ago, I didn't really want to do it at first. I knew what Corey was doing with Sister Mercy, and I was helping him with that. But I'm like, it seems like so much work. I just want to make comic books. Does that make sense? But it also becomes so much more of, now I got to produce it. Now I got to do this. Now I got to do add-ons. I got to do.
There's no such thing
rewards.
As just make.
And I'm learning a lot. And I'm enjoying it a lot more the third time around than I am the first time. The first time I was like, oh no. The second time I was like, and now I'm like, now I got a system, right? As you're saying, you got a great system for what you're doing that makes it work. A system.
Well, it's like I told Renie earlier. It's like the first time around, you should do everything in the process of making it so that you know what they are, and that way you know who to hire to take care of the stuff you don't want to do.
It's one of those things where I try to be prepared, but again, it's like trial by fire. It's gonna happen.
It gets to that point. Yeah.
You're gonna have to deal with it, and it's like you come out stronger. At least I hope.
You do. I mean, everybody's anxious for your next book, and I don't think anybody's thinking, "Oh my God, I'm not going to get Fiendish 2" because that was such a clusterfuck on the first time around.
Well, I mean, I feel like it was a clusterfuck, but my customers have been very gracious.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, you kept them informed. That's the thing. It's not like you kept all this to yourself, and nobody was, everyone was unaware. It's like, why is she? Where's my book? Where's my book? How she's not shipping my book? Because you were telling them. Here's what we're running into.
Yeah, of course.
I say, if you have a campaign, and we've done videos on this before, you put an update out every 2 weeks. Actually, I said every week. Even if that update is to say nothing new to report. Because after you've done that 3 times, you'll be so sick of saying nothing new to report, you will make something happen just so you can type something different in the update.
Something meaningful.
Right.
And that will make momentum. So
yeah, that's a learning thing too, because I always feel like I'm and this is my own problem. I feel like I'm spamming people sometimes. I don't like doing that, right? Kind of like even getting on these shows sometimes. I'm like, oh, should I really bother somebody to get on? You know what I mean? Like I don't want to.
No, market yourself.
But over the years, I'm learning that you have to get out there, right?
Yeah,
here's the thing: whosoever tooteth not his own horn, the same also shall therefore goeth untooted. 2 Jasper 2:14. Take that as gospel. So.
True.
Renie, I've been sitting here trying to find my mouse cursor. So frustrated. I'm like, why is my mouse frozen? And it's not my mouse. Your icon, your avatar, the negative space in the back of the hair above the shoulder.
Looks
like an arrow.
It does! I didn't even notice that!
Yeah, it's exactly like a cursor. You're right.
I mean, now that I found my cursor, I found my cursor and I'm laying it over it, and it's an exact fucking fit. I'm like, it just pops right in like a jigsaw puzzle piece.
Oh, that's so funny. I secretly designed that to trick you.
FedEx has. Look at the FedEx icon. It's got arrows in it and stuff to make you look in certain directions.
I'm sitting here like, moving my mouse back and forth. I'm like, why did I lock up? And my mouse is on the other monitor.
I tricked you. That's so funny.
How blind I am.
No, you're good, but yeah. Well, we're gonna talk, and I'm definitely not gonna do fulfillment for the next book on my own.
Well, I hope we do talk. I'm very transparent. I mean, I've talked on the shows. This is what I charge. It costs this. It costs this. It costs this, and I charge this. It's because I'm not doing it for free, and nobody's had a problem with it. I mean, gosh,
awesome.
I'm losing track of how many people I've fulfilled for now. Because some of them are repeat customers. Now, Life on Korra has gone through 4 and 5. We've done the Sin Killer. We did the Company Men. That was a huge one. We've done not fulfillment, but the data processing end of it for Thin Blue Line and Florida Man. So there's sort of a half of a service there. I say all the time, it's like cheap envelope liquor for Critical Blast Logistics, myopic proofreader for Critical Blast Publishing, and I will answer the phone for your data issue needs with Critical Blast Consulting. And I made logos for all of them, damn it, because I'm going to put them all into the DBAs. But it's for a guy who can't draw, I found a way to get into the comics industry.
You know what? And that's
it's
just like someone owning a comic shop. Why do they do it? Because they enjoy. Yeah.
Because they enjoy it.
Right?
I want all of you guys to become the next DC and Marvel. I want you to become the next what DC and Marvel used to be, and I'll be happy to just be Diamond.
Yes.
Diamond.
Hail.
Don't ever become as difficult as Diamond. Oh my.
or be Diamond, but better. Be Diamond, but
be what Diamond should have been.
Than a Diamond.
Yeah, I will ship your books in a great big box, one little bitty book that'll get banged around all the way there. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
I'll make it like potato chips, right? Where all of a sudden they used to, back in the day they were full, and then also let's put some more air in there. Let's put some more air, and they get smaller.
Oh man, this is where AI is not quite there yet. I worked for a grocery store company, corporate computer stuff, and there was a warehouse design system. And it was basically saying, hey, whatever's the most popular thing that we get the most of, stack that lower on the shelves so that it's easier to get more of them out. And whatever's less popular, you put that higher up. So that's when you get the forklifts and get those things out. You don't use your forklifts nearly as much. That works out great until you're stacking milk cartons on potato chip bags.
Right. That's not good.
You're popping sounds?
Yeah. So, you need the human touch still. That's just like what we were talking about before. There's something about it's common sense. It's like inspiration and common sense. AI still don't have that. So I hope they never do, because that would be terrifying. And I want to keep my job, so I don't want to be exterminated.
Come on, who doesn't want to be exterminated?
I don't want the Matrix to happen yet. You are not needed anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's just unplug you now. Oh no, you're needed for power. Remember, energy. Yeah,
you're needed for
They
power.
still need you. Yeah, they still need you. Just not quite for what you're used to.
No. I'm
You're
good.
a human battery. Come on.
I want to remain not a living battery. And anyways.
Oh yeah, no. Oh. Is there anything else we're gonna talk about? It's almost 9 o'clock, and I know Pops would run this for like 3 days, and he'd go on 48 hours of no sleep. I've been at it for 4 hours, and I'm like, I'm beat.
Yeah,
I feel like
you're
I've been
done. I just came to hang out and help you along. I knew Pops.
I'm glad you did, man.
Yeah, just to say hello and kick in. And...
I got tagged on a question, so should we tackle that? Because we kind of got
Of course.
distracted.
Where's your question at?
Before Gatsis left, Doran was asking what is Comicsgate, and we have not explained that yet.
Mike.
Okay,
I feel like we should tackle it. Reset the clock.
I know a bit as I watch these shows over the last year, let's say, but I still don't get. There seems to be some division, or is it politics? Shall I say politics?
It's a hat group.
It's a hat group, yeah. And I'm not on camera, but I should get my witchy hat.
You have to have a hat. Oh.
Yeah. You need to have a hat.
It can't be a normal hat, I'm assuming. It has to be something a little different.
I mean, it could be anything.
Yeah.
But as long as the hat is cool, and as long as you're comfortable with it, that's all that matters.
Yes.
We just want to make comics, and we want people to wear hats that they like. No, I think it's hard. Of course, yeah, clearly. It makes total sense, yeah. I mean, I'm sure if you're in comics in any way, shape, or form, you've heard about it, but I think there is a lot of, like, bullshit narrative against Comicsgate. And I don't think it's about politics. I think there's definitely, there's a lot of people in Comicsgate lean politically a certain way. It's definitely majority anti-woke. And I think that's really it, though. Like, other than that, it's like I don't fucking talk politics with anybody. Like,
I was so confused when I started. Just to back up a little bit on my end, there was this guy, and he was just pushing himself like no tomorrow. I don't know his name. He was on one of the videos, and everybody loves him, and that's fantastic. But he's like pushing himself like no tomorrow, and he kept talking like, and he's doing a cigarette, and I can't remember his name, but anyways, it just seemed like I don't know who this guy is. He's Comicsgate. He sounds like he made Comicsgate, so but it's not.
He had a cigarette. Who is this?
Well, I don't know if it was a cigarette.
Dark gift.
Dark gift, yeah. No, yeah, I'd say it's an indie comics movement that we're a little, but like what I think. Because it's not like every person who's making indie comics is Comicsgate, right? I think what sets the movement apart is CG. People also abbreviate it as CG. Is more active about pushing back against the mainstream and criticizing the mainstream. And I think that's where a lot of the narrative about, there's a lot of there's definitely people working in the mainstream or whatever you call it, have a lot of weird narratives about Comicsgate. Like, it's all this stuff because I think, and I think you have to push back because the basic history of how Comicsgate started is because mainstream comics in America had become more political themselves, had become very, very left, not just like normal, left, but very extremist in a lot of people's opinions. To the point where they were pushing out conservatives and anybody who was on the right or even moderate, and then a lot of those creators left and decided to do their own comics independently and criticize the mainstream, and that's where the clash started. Yeah. Okay. But I don't think the movement itself is about politics because I hardly talk about politics with anybody. The only thing that I think we all agree on is we really don't like the crazy blue hair people that tell everybody they're racist.
Yeah, that's the thing. They got pushed out of politics. They got pushed out of comics because it no longer represented. Representation became too important. Marvel was no longer hiring writers; they were casting writers. Hey, this book's about a black guy. Let's get the black guy to write it. Renie, this book's going to be about cute little chibi characters. Let's put Renie on this book. Because she's the Asian girl, right?
and I felt because I worked for Marvel, and that's how I felt working for Marvel, and it's why I decided to leave. I felt like I was being typecast, and I'm not on camera, but I'm an Asian woman, and I feel like and I have like a more like a manga art style, as you can see. My icon is my art. So, but my genre is like dark fantasy, and I like stuff like Berserk and Vinland Saga and Vagabond, if you know those mangas. And that, like, I always wanted to draw darker things. Like, I was like, well, in the mainstream, if I got to pick, it's like I would draw like the Punisher or Batman or Conan, and I'm like, that's what I want to do. But they put me on kids books, and they wouldn't put me on anything else, and they put me on YA books, and I felt like I was being, typecast, and they were forcing me to draw in a style that didn't fit me, and I just realized that there's no future there. And that made me really uncomfortable because, right, like, I want real diversity, right? I don't want that.
Yeah, and when you call them on it, that's when you get called a racist or an ist or some sort of ist or phobe or whatever.
Well, it's ridiculous, though.
I had a big, blow up on Twitter within the last year because I was like, oh, look, how come this writer who has these characteristics and this sexuality and this disability, every time she's put on a book, there's the character with all those same attributes. And I was like, and all I said was, I put her picture up and I put up the new book, and I'm like, every fucking time. And she caught it, and her fans caught it, and it was like, you would have thought I'd burned a cross somewhere.
Oh no.
They said, if you wanted, if you don't like comics, go make your own. Well, they did, and they got to be successful, and that's when they started fighting back. I mean, if you do some research into the older days, you'll run across Richard C. Meyer v. Mark Wade, which was a tortious interference lawsuit, which was finally dropped because COVID made the courts run out of time, and they just, they were running out of money. But Meyer was, wanting to pitch a book, and he kept getting blacklisted because he would run video commentary that was caustic and, took to task certain writers who were not talented in his opinion and who
Marvel
were getting
writers.
hired.
He was making his own comics, and he was like early Comicsgate, I'd say, and he was actively criticizing writers at Marvel, and Mark Waid is one of the, a Marvel writer, and what Mark Waid did I gather is he found out the printer that Meyer was doing, called up the printer
publisher.
and was like, and threatened them, used his position at Marvel to threaten them, and publisher, and told them, you don't print this person's book, and this person is like a hateful bigot, which is bullshit because this guy is like the most diverse family ever, and so that was tortious interference, and they went to court over it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and lots of money went to GoFundMe, and none of it went to court. I wanted to see that play out so badly, but I get that they were both tired of the.
You got to be scared because the big companies got the big lawyers too, right? I mean, I remember.
Well, Marvel wasn't involved; just Mark was involved.
Just Mark. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Marvel didn't back it. Okay.
No,
yeah, it wasn't.
That makes sense, right? Why would that would just make them look bad overall?
Right. I mean, it's not like. It's not like Marvel doesn't screw with small creators. They steal and screw with small creators all the time. But this specific instance was not Marvel. It was an individual that freelanced for them.
Overusing their power, overinflated.
Yeah. So there's a lot of crazy shit, and I mean, I don't know. I wish we could just make comics and not.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like stuff that I really don't care about. That's what I actually said when I first heard about it. I just want to make comics. I want to just meet people and say hello, and I appreciate. I don't care if you're like Jim Lee or if you're, John Stickman. If you're having fun and creating comics, I had a guy come to me at a convention, this young kid, and it's so funny to think of when I look back on it. He showed me his character, and it was this character that was it was Homelander. It was the basis for Homelander off The Boys.
Oh.
About a decade ago, just some kid he was going to give me the comic. It was his original drawings at the con because he sees on Whitefire Comics and. He's never seen somebody who makes comic books, right? And he's at a convention. It was such an interesting one. I said, no, you keep that. You did all that work, right? But what I found interesting was that he had already, in his mind, created. It didn't matter that his art wasn't that great. He already created a character that now is kind of mainstream. He was just that far, that far off from. That's just so cool being on the front of that stuff, the front edge to see, creative people and just people drawing. I remember someone asking me how to draw lips once, and I was like, I can tell you how to do it this way, but I'm not a super pro either, right? Yeah. I know the 5 circle method, which if anybody knows that, but anyway.
You draw a line under the nose. That's me.
Right, yeah, I just called it a day.
You curve it up if they're happy. You curve it down if they're not.
Yeah.
Just draw a circle and then another circle and then another circle and a line.
Circles under that, right?
Yay!
Happy little squirrel. Happy little squirrel.
Happy little nose.
Oh well, guys, I think we can put the cap on it now. Is your question satisfied, Doran?
It is. I understand a lot better, and I was trying to dance away from it, but I wasn't sure. I've seen ComicGate stuff out there that might be useful in the sense of they have some kind of public site and stuff, and I was like, do you try to get on that stuff or not? Or I think I would rather avoid it all. But now that I understand what it is, I don't want to be involved with anything. I want us all to just get along. I think it's fantastic that people are sticking up for themselves and looking out for themselves.
Comicsgate is a diverse, both ethnically, genderish, whatever, they're diverse in gender, ethnicity, belief structures, attractions, and they are collectively called, racist, homophobic.
It's weird.
It's a dumb world sometimes. It's dumb. I could tell you stories about my childhood where people thought I was native, where I grew up in Nova Scotia when I'm not, and it turned out and I was threatened by it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just people just judge, and I can't. It's just the reality of life, and I think it's sad when people are like that, but it is what they are. Right?
They think, they want to be self-righteous, but I totally understand. Like, if you don't have to be involved. Nobody cares. Nobody's gonna have a problem with that. As long as you know what's going on, and you're always welcome to hang out, though.
Well, I don't even know what that. See, you say all that, and that doesn't even, like, it sounded to me like it was like a political thing, but and not political, but it was very social as well. But no, and I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying I wouldn't pick one side or another. I just stay in the middle. That's just my
that's
nature.
Cool. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think there's
unless
definitely...
there's a reason for me to pick a side.
Yeah, I get it. I think what's there also is definitely a network
Canadian
where people.
Well.
Then that's the deal breaker then.
Well, we try to be nice about everything, right? We're gonna hold the door open for you. And go, don't hold the door. I'm not going through that door. Like, no, we got it.
Come back later. You're just being nice, overly nice and Canadian. That's what you're doing.
Just do that, and before you know it, you'll be told you're Comicsgate, and that's how you become Comicsgate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I have to go.
Honestly,
oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Doran's Gate. No.
Yeah, it's
don't
more
you start
like
trying me.
if you're just neutral, then you have like the crazy people that are like, well, you're not denouncing them enough.
I know.
I hope that does.
I know. That's kind of my point actually. Overall, is there's no winning.
There's not. In fact, you've been on this show. It's a done deal. You're finished.
Is there like a membership card or something, or is there like
I haven't gotten one.
Like a hat in the mail or something?
I'll send you your Comicsgate hat.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
crocheted
kidding.
Or something.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
That's
crocheted.
Awesome. It's a ball cap with a patch. It's red. I guarantee. It's a
red. Now red is
now
red is an angry color, right? It's supposed to incite emotion,
No, it's just because
but
because
it has
the people
a
who
little
hate...
heart on it.
Oh, the heart is red. Now it makes. See how you can spin everything everywhere.
All right, I'm gonna put the closure on it.
Awesome,
thanks, guys, for popping in. You made my job a lot easier. Sitting here for Pops. I am going to take advantage of my time in the chair here to say only 5 more days left to get in on this hardcover, signed and numbered, almost 300 pages, possibly 308 pages if we get all the stretch goals met, which we won't because we haven't even met the first stretch goal yet, and there's 20 of them. Drop the link in the chat here, folks. But yeah, 20 different stories of people's encounters with Old Scratch. One written by Mike Barron, one written by Hart Fisher, 18 written by authors who have been published many times before, and by people who this is their first time around. Always my goal whenever we do one of these anthologies is to take advantage of my connections of 25 years of doing book reviews and media reviews to reach out to authors that I've talked to and say, hey, would you participate and help us out? And they do. And what that does is it gives all these new people who are great writers the opportunity to say, hey, I got published, and hey, I got published with these, better known writers. And I've seen it serve as a stepping stone to writers in the past who've been in part of this process, part of our anthology. So I continue doing it at a loss, mind you. I have not become rich in the publishing industry.
It's a matter of time.
Yes, but I love doing it. So,
awesome.
All right. Everybody, thank you for coming out to CRoM Con. We will see you next month. I will be, of course, over at Critical Blast Channel tomorrow night. I've got somebody, I don't know who. I am blocked up every night of the week for the next 3 weeks. And how do you end this thing? How do you put where's the brakes on this bus? I forgot.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands.
Have a good night.